Yes, it is live, Carlos.
Hi, Carlos.
Yeah. Hi, Aaron. Aaron was saying Doctor Who. Ah. It's been a while since we've been live. Yeah. So how's everybody doing out there? Cool. Good to see you guys back in action.
I've just done. Yeah, I'm all unprofessional. I've forgotten to mute the live stream, so suddenly it's going blah 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 blah.
It's only in your ears. We don't hear that, so it's okay.
No, it's in my ears.
Exactly.
I can't hear what you're saying.
Yeah.
So yeah, nothing like professionalism, and we're nothing like professionals.
Oh, absolutely not. We're just having some fun. It's good to see you too, Tremor. And what we're obviously, if you saw the thumbnail, we're just gonna have some fun. I got a new toy, which is basically the next generation of this toy. This is the MX5, which is what you heard. Can I get in there? This is the MX5, and this is what you just heard Ian playing on. So that's the Gen 1 of the Headrush platform. And I picked up one of these, which I still haven't opened. I was itching to open it, but I figured, hey, let's do it in the stream. This is the Gen 2 of that, which is the Headrush FLEX Prime.
I'm just thinking, as far as I can see on YouTube, I'm still playing. So everything that you're saying now is going to come in really out of sync with what's
if you're
going on.
seeing yourself, yeah, cool, brother. Yeah. If you're seeing yourself still playing, it's because you're not live, man. You're behind because I can see that you're not playing right now. So check your blood sugar, man. Make sure you're good.
Yeah. Hang on, more beeps to follow.
So yeah, so this is the new toy I got, and I guess we can open it up and give it a look, give it a test, and see what it is. For those of you that don't know, and don't follow my channel, Ian and myself are both Headrush users, and we're big fans of their products. I have been playing with Headrush products since, I guess, 2019, I guess. I had the gig board, I've had the MX5, I've had the Prime, and so now it's time for this one. So, if you guys want me to get on with it, do we have a drum roll in this thing here? Yeah, we do have a drum roll, eh? Oh, not the right one.
Yeah, that's for the jokes.
All right. Anybody want to see this?
Nah, nobody wants to see it. Nah.
Okay. All right, I do. Oh shit. Do I have my scissors yet? I've been dying to open this thing, Ian. You know that, eh?
Yeah, you're frozen on my screen in the back office, so I'm having to just sort of ad-lib as to what you're doing.
Do you don't see here on the main screen?
On the back office, I can see you you're absolutely fine in YouTube, but in the talk studio, can't see you. You're just frozen. Okay. So I'll be a little bit out of sync watching you with the scissors of joy.
I try not to cut myself, you know.
Yeah, we get more views.
I don't want to get any scars.
If you slice an archery and start spraying blood everywhere,
all right.
We get loads of views.
Here is the moment of truth. Should I put myself in big here? So here's the box, and here is the moment. Let's see what I can't even see. I gotta see this in the actual screen here. So this is what it looks like when you open it up. A bunch of styrofoam. It looks exactly like the MX5 box on the inside. Hey, Gary, what's up, man? So let's see what we got here. Exactly like the MX5 box. This is the unit itself. Now, okay. And that's it. We're done.
So,
Unboxing is over.
Does it have all the cables?
Yeah, let's see if it has all the cables actually. So. This is power cable. So yeah, you got the power cable. This is one end of the power cable. We need the other end. I don't know. Now the MX5 used to come with the MIDI cables, right? So
I think you got a USB with it as well. So.
Normally, yeah. Let's see what's in here. So this is just the power cable. So that's both ends of the power cable. Where the hell are the rest of the cables?
It may have been in part of the box that you threw over your shoulder.
No. Are you kidding me? me? They don't give you the cables with that?
Ah, cheapskates.
That's freaking shit.
Number one con.
That's not cool, man. The MX5 used to come with the 2 MIDI cables, and it used to come with the USB. Hey, yeah, we got balloons here. All right, everybody doing good? So, yeah, let me bring myself back here. That sucks, man. That's too bad. I mean, I have the cables from the other one, but not even the USB cable. How could it not come with that stuff? It's impossible.
Hi, Gary. Hi, Trimmer. Hi, Aaron.
Getting new toy. Yeah, it is exciting, Gary. Let's see here. What's going on here?
We thought we'd bring you in earlier today just to let you know with the MX5, the predecessor to the Flex Prime, and to show you what it's got to live up to.
Yeah, basically. And unfortunately, we can see that the cables aren't included right now.
Yeah.
So, that sucks. Oh, but you know what? Well, the MIDI cable should be included. The USB is not necessary, I guess, to a certain extent. Possibly because it's got the Bluetooth thing, right?
Yeah.
So this is the unit. Let's see here.
And everybody's got a USB cable really these days, haven't they? So.
Typically, yeah. So this is the unit. Let me just close the MX5 here. Compare it in size to its predecessor. So basically, this is the MX5, and this is the Flex Prime. It's exactly the same chassis, exactly the same. The only difference is the buttons. You got like those Marshall buttons on here. The knobs, the push buttons are the same, and yeah, pretty much the same. It's the same frame, just different guts on the inside, basically. So yeah, that's basically what it is.
Hi, Mr. Rock.
Hey,
How you doing,
Mr.
Daniel?
Rock. So
yeah, I hate that too, Gary. When they assume those things, it's like, you know, it's because you always find you run out of cables, all the ones that you think you should have. But yeah, it's absolutely.
Yeah, I do find that it sucks because, you know, like because, you know, I'd sold my MX5 at one point, and then this is my second MX5, and this was a used one that I picked up for $300, and I think if you can get them used, this is a great unit to have. But I only got one of the 2 MIDI cables, which for me it kind of sucks because I do sometimes integrate it into a full size board, you know. So yeah, that really sucks. I'm gonna have to check. I don't know. I'm gonna have to ask Headrush, man. Are they not supplying it, or is it the store that took it out? Because this was a brand new unit. There's nothing.
Yeah, I gotta, because they sometimes hide them in little lids underneath things and whatever. So we might be doing them a disservice by saying it's not there.
Yeah, it's really not there, man. It's not. It's not in.
And it's not inside any of the polystyrene blocks or anything like that.
No, the only thing that was inside there was this cable was in a box in there basically, and then this one was in the other cardboard. But there's no other cables there. You got the manual, and that's it, man. You know?
I suppose we should be thanking them for saving the environment by less plastic, less metal use, you know, all that kind of stuff.
So I like the gold color on it. I gotta say it looks good. It kind of looks like the Prime that I had, sort of, just a smaller version of it. Which, to me, this is the perfect size. I like this size. I don't like what I didn't. I mean, I also got rid of my Prime, but that's because when I got the Prime, I was a little disappointed. It took over a year and a half that I had it, and there was no updates. Just, you know, and it had some bugs in it. But they seem to work out all the bugs now. They updated all the software and everything, and if you guys haven't seen it now, they have editor software. They have all sorts of stuff. We're going to look at it over time there. Right now, let's just check this out, but pretty cool.
Yeah, Dan was just saying the cables they normally supply are cheap ones anyway, and Tremor Bear says less is more. Yeah, less is more for them and less for us, which is generally how it works. But, yeah, I mean, I understand the principle that they're working on, but I also don't like it. So, you know, being a selfish consumer.
They could have supplied the cables. I mean, come on.
Yeah. But the thing about this is that we've got a version 4 set of software in this.
It's supposed to have the version 4.
Yeah,
that's right.
whereas on the MX5, it's not going to go above 2.7.
No, I don't think so.
I have to say, the MX5, I'm not thinking. I mean, this is why it's kind of interesting to see I'm not going to upgrade because I'm really happy with the MX5.
It is
everything
a good product.
I need.
Yeah.
You know, and yeah, there are some new things I've heard about that I'm going, oh, that sounds interesting, but not interesting enough for me to abandon the MX5 and buy another one. But one thing I will say is they've kept them in the same price bracket. So
yeah.
The MX5 when it first came out was more or less the same price as this new Flex Prime.
Yes.
So at least they've done that. They've kept them in their price points. And for my money, it's one of the better solutions at the price.
Yeah, for the multi-effects units, the small, absolutely.
Yeah.
And the thing is that it's small in size, but it's not small in power because this thing has the same capabilities as the other units for the most part.
That's
like
a
the
good
core.
point. Carlos is asking if does this have an upgraded processor?
No, the processor's the same.
Processor's the same.
The processors
but believe
on
me,
all
the processors
the.
are pretty good. So.
Oh yeah, they're what are they? Quad core or whatever. What's the processor on this thing here? Hold on. 4-inch resolution touchscreen, powerful multi-core DSP system with gapless preset. It's the same multi-core system that
because
they've
it's
had
a
on this.
self-contained system. You're not going to run into problems with it. You know, running out of processing power. It's not going to do that.
Well, it shouldn't. But I mean, I do have to admit one thing though. When you're using a lot of clones and stuff like that, okay, because I had the Prime, right?
Yes.
I did reach a point where I was pushing and I couldn't add any more effects because I was topped off. So
right.
Whereas with the MX5, we never reached that. I've never seen anything like that. With the Prime, because when you use clones and stuff like that, they are
you're adding things in, aren't you? I suppose it would be a bit like the IRs, because I've got like 1,000 IRs in here and I don't use them. I've got to clear them out. But it's never given me any warnings about running out of space or anything like that.
So we'll have to test to see. Now, one thing you got to remember though is that in this, the difference between this small unit and the core and the Prime is that the core and the Prime, you can also put a microphone, so you can have two threads where you have a microphone and guitar. But the thing is when you do that, it's split 7 and 7. So basically you have 7 blocks for the vocals, 7 blocks for the microphone. And I found myself 7 just being a little shy of what I needed for my guitar, depending how you use it. What kind of rigs. It depends on the type of rig you build. But that's what I found. So, and I'm not much of a singer, so I think
seven's probably too many for a vocal.
For a vocal, it would be good if you'd be able to like split it how you like, but you can't do that. So in this case, I kind of like the smaller unit for weight wise, that's for sure, and like just to have the unit for guitar. I don't necessarily need vocals, but I know for performing, somebody who's a guitarist vocalist, it's great to have the capability of doing both. But unfortunately, this one doesn't do that. Okay, so let's see here. I'm gonna share my camera here. Actually, let's do it this way. Put that over there. Oh, no, it's not good over there like that. Do this like that? Yeah, we could do it like that. All right.
Give the star of the show the big picture.
So this is the unit. Put it over here. Can we see this good?
It's got go faster stripes.
Yeah.
Yeah, you see?
So
all that hype and it's got a stripe.
Basically, it's see, and if you compare it with the MX5, it's basically the same. It's all the same chassis, basically. But
and they will take a tank rolling over them, so they're pretty good for that. Daniel's asking, would you add pedals to the processor? You've got an effects loop on here. You've got it on the MX as well, and it's the same. So you can add your own effects and plug them directly into your scheme, as it were, on the screen. So I'd imagine that this does it the same way. We'll find out.
When you mean pedals, do you mean like actually like loose pedals, or do you mean, because you have an effects loop? If you look at this, okay, it's like the other version where you plug your guitar, you got an expression, which actually I'm going to plug in right now. I got my expression pedal on the floor, so I can actually use it. So we'll plug in the expression pedal right now. Okay, and you got your left and right outputs, which which we will plug in right now, so that we can hear it after. Whoops. And then you have your effects loop, effects send and return. These should be stereo, like the MX5 was. Just you need special stereo cables, you know, like these ones here, basically. The cables like this, where you can split them. And then you got your phones, your aux, your mid. The MIDI in and out is the 1/16 cable or 1/8 cable, whatever. And you do have your USB input, but you don't have the USB cable.
Yeah.
So the one big change that we will notice, if those of you who are familiar, you've seen me play with the MX5 many times, is what you see on the screen, just like the Prime. So let's turn this on for the first time. I think, oh, you know what I'm going to need? I gotta need to get my freaking Wi-Fi password.
Yeah, that's right. All right. Yes, you need your password.
I gotta get my password. It's upstairs.
The big
I forgot
thing.
that.
Hi, Marshall.
Hey, Marshall, how you doing?
The big thing that they're pushing on this one, and I think it is kind of smart, is that you've got a web interface, so you don't need any software. You don't need to download or update.
Yeah.
You just take the IP address from the Headrush, and when you're on your own Wi-Fi, or when you're on a Wi-Fi setup or a WAN setup, whatever it is, you can actually get it to mirror your settings on a larger screen. So if you're using a tablet for gigs and they've got Wi-Fi in wherever you're gigging, you will have, from something that Daniel was saying about how the Line 6 was a bit awkward to use in a live situation. Theoretically, this makes it more usable, theoretically, but let's see, because
we didn't test
we don't know.
Exactly.
Yeah, we haven't seen anything yet.
I mean, so yeah, we'll give it a try. If I turn it on, it's going to ask me for I'm going to have to go upstairs and get my Wi-Fi password, man. Hold on a second. Let's open it. Let's see what it looks like. And yeah, Marshall, yeah, I saw you got the Tone Master Pro. It's an awesome device, man. Yeah, and it is nice not having to have all the cables, and because I was telling Ian that just before, you know, with my pedal board, when I would test stuff and pull a pedal off and on and off and on and put it before and after just to hear the different sounds and everything, you know, you mess up your cables and you mess up all the Velcro. So this is what it looks like. So it said 3.3, eh? It's not at version 4 this.
It isn't, right, so you should be able to update this thing.
Yes, but we're going to have to hook it up to the Wi-Fi.
Yeah.
But this is what the screen looks like. Let's see here. I'm plugged in now, right? What's going on? We are left and right. We got to put the guitar in, hey? We got to plug it in if you want to hear it.
It could help.
This is professionalism.
See, they say it's wireless, and then you got to plug the guitar in.
I know, eh? So let's see here. Fat drive. Oh boy, the volume's quite low, eh?
Yeah.
It's compared to the MX5. Well, it's probably this rig, whatever they put in there. Okay, let's just do a new.
Check
rig.
what your input rate is on it. They might have set your input low.
The gain's at 0, but let's see the output. It's very low. Look at that. Rig volume. Let's just bring it up a bit. Hey, Doc McFarlane. How you doing, Nathan? I hope you had a good birthday yesterday, man. You know what I should have done before the stream? I should have downloaded some of Nathan's rigs from the Prime and everything and put it in here. But we didn't prepare very well for this.
No.
It was just opening the box and let's just go with it, you know.
Yeah.
But yeah, so what's nice about the Flex Prime versus the MX5 and you know Gen 1 versus Gen 2 is obviously something that us as Headrush users for a long time we were always complaining about. You know, actually seeing the pedals instead of seeing just colored blocks and stuff. Not that it makes a difference for sound and everything, but it's just a visual thing.
But it's sure prettier. You know,
Yeah, yeah.
And actually, it does make a difference when you're trying to visualize what you're doing. But I mean, what about things like, can you stack? Can how do you can still put two cabs in?
Well, yeah. Look,
You know,
I mean,
stuff
here
like
there's
that.
a whatever this is. I mean, it doesn't sound that great, but we'll roll with this. Here there's an IR here. It's CT Bogner. So if we want to double that, like on the MX5, so you got a times 2 up here. So you
so you can
highlight that. You highlight that, and then you do your times 2. Oh, what's this? Doubling offer. Okay, I guess this is because it's the first time. Switch doubling offers a switch. Okay, so that's cool. Okay,
Right.
We didn't have
that's
that
new.
before.
That
is new. Okay, so you can either have the two, one left and right, or you can have it so that it switches between one and the other. I
That's
feel like
actually that's quite nice. I
like
quite,
that. That's
yeah,
cool.
I quite like that.
I'm a little worried to try it, man. I haven't tried it. I'm used to this here, but yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, you can put in two different.
Yeah, you're frozen, Ian.
You specifically use.
You're freezing up. Yeah, you could put it one for lean and one for clean.
Yeah.
Yeah, so let's try that.
Quite nice.
Okay, so okay, I see that. Look. You see, and then over here, instead of the two, you switch between the two.
Right.
So,
can you put that on a pedal? Can you put that on a foot?
Let's see. Let's go to. My God, it's been
Global
so long.
Hardware settings.
So if we go here. Let's see. He did that 10 years ago on my Bosch GT100. There we go. Playing guitar at the moment with the FRFR Go sound. Oh, he's got the FRFR Go. Hey, just a question, Doc. We were looking at that because Ian was interested in it too. We were looking at that. It's a cool option, especially it's battery power and everything, right? But from what I saw this in a thread there, and Headrush was saying that when you're plugging it in, it's not actually stereo. Or there's some effects that might be, but it's not really in stereo, the FRFR. To have real stereo, you have to have 2 units. Is that true? Like if you're playing in it and everything? What's Marshall saying there? These sound great, yeah. Connect to the internet, and that's the government will steal your custom-built tones. That's hilarious. Oh, man. Okay, so right now, I don't know what I'm seeing here.
There's an IR section there.
Ah, there it is, yeah. That is under the IR. So, whoops, no, IR. On or off? Okay, so on.
Does that just turn the IR on or off?
I don't know. Because, don't forget, you can double assign each button, right? So we can do it.
Right.
I'm not sure. Hey, Doc, he's the specialist in this. Did you try this on the latching on the... Okay, so what does it do? No, it's just on or off. How do we get this on? Oh, see. Times 2. Latch. Just turns it on or off.
There's got to be a way of doing that. I mean, it's probably... Maybe it's a bit like...
There's got to be a way to do it. Like, I mean, if I press this button... No, see, it doesn't.
Because without that, it's not that usable, is it?
Well, how do you switch it? Can you do it? Okay, you can do it with your fingers. That's great and all. Hey, Edwin, how you doing?
Hey, Edwin.
But why? That's weird, eh? How do you get it to actually switch on there? Interesting. Well, anyways, I don't know. We'll have to figure it out at some point, but...
Yeah, and you've got the same cabs in both of those sides, so you need to assign one, wouldn't you?
Got the Bogner here, and we got... Yeah, it's the same one. So we can fool around with that. But unfortunately, I don't have my IRs in here. And one of my favorite IRs is Doc McFarlane's Sonic DNA IR that he has. I always use that on one side, and then I have a York IR on the other side, basically, that I like to use. So let's see here. Honestly, I avoided getting any of these devices until I had some time to figure out the problems. I cannot imagine not having one now. Yeah, once you figure it out, for sure, it's great and everything. You know, I had the bigger version of this. I had the Prime, and it was quite similar to Tone Master Pro. Actually, if you want to know about Tone Master Pro, Marshall, Doc McFarlane, he's got all the units basically, but he also has Tone Master Pro videos and stuff, and yeah, he knows about all those units for sure. All right, so I don't know. So between this, I want to switch this out now. Huh? Okay, times 2. Times 2. Okay. We do times 2. See, this is the other issue with the small screen. Is it's not always... It's not always responsive. Because it's so small. Why am I not... There we go. Now, turn them on. Alright, let's change here. What do we got in here? Alright. Is the delay? No, there's the reverb.
That's on at the moment, isn't it?
Dying delay. This is off. But I hear delay in here, don't you?
Yeah, I do. Yep. So what else is on there?
I don't know. Let's see. What do we got in here? We got chorus, which is off. What's this? Fat drive. And what's this here? Tape echo. Oh, that's what's on right now. Alright, let's take that off.
Yeah.
Yeah, use an E-pen. Yeah, I got one of those somewhere. Actually, that's a good idea. But we won't have to, actually, because this has software. I should be able to put the software up, and we should be able to use the software. They finally got to putting software in here. Yeah, it sounds pretty good. I don't know what amp is it using in here. Let's see. It is using, it's the Revolver amp. It's the PV6505. Yeah, lead. Let's see here. How many effects can you use at one time? I don't know. We'll have to test that out because, like I was saying, it depends what you put into the rig, basically. Because I used to have the Prime, which is the bigger version of this, and if you're using amp clones, it takes more power, so you can use less. But you got 14. You have 14. So you can see here the CPU you're using up on top, basically. So not like we're like halfway right now, you know. So if we turn on the phaser,
that's the difference again between the MX and these. You don't get a CPU reading on the MX, so you can't see how much. But then I've never run into any problems with it. So
on the MX5, no, absolutely not.
Yeah,
I've never topped off, but
there's 14. There's 14 bays, isn't
blocks.
there?
Yeah, there's 14 blocks.
14
and you
blocks
can double them like we just did on the IR. So if you double,
so with one amp and one cab, that's 2 of your blocks. Even if you double them, so you've got 12 other effects units you can put in there.
That's correct. If that's what you're asking. But if you're asking how many we can put on before we top off here, let's see.
You should be able to put all of them on, shouldn't you?
I hope so. Let's see here. Okay, right now everything's on. The
CPU's
CPU's at half. And
oh yeah, very usable.
So yeah, fantastic tone. But we didn't. But if you look though, the CPU usage is still under 3/4. So we're not. Oops, that's off though. Hold on a second. What's going on? On. Okay, that's on. Okay. See, we didn't top off, but it's getting close to the top. So, but it looks like you can fill up almost all the spots here.
Yeah.
11 reverb arena. Okay. What are you saying there? Good old V Halen amp. Yeah, that's right. The 6505. Setup when Marshall been reluctant to switch to a new product and learning curve scare. Yeah, you know, that's something we were talking about, Ian, and I. It's like all the units, you can always get a good tone out of any of the units, and I honestly believe that. You know, like I mean, even stuff like like you know, like the Boss IR2 or you know, the Feather Tone Master Pro or the Boss unit that you use as well.
All of them create. I mean, I've not heard bad sounds out of ones I've tried. It's just the interface and how you get used to it. And it ironically, Marshall, I'm really pleased to hear that. I've got the T Slim 2, and it is a game changer from my point of view. You just asked Francis how much it's improved my life. But it's that learning curve. You kind of look at it and you start going, oh my God, there's so much here. You know, and with these, this is life changing. Whereas with guitar effects, hell, you know, no one's going to die if you make a bad tone.
It's just fun, and you keep tweaking at it, you get a good sound. I mean, when we're talking if we're talking about the effects processors and everything, you can get a good tone out of any of them. It really is just the user interface and how quickly you can get at it, or how quickly you can wrap your mind around the user interface, which one you prefer. We've said that all the time, every time. I don't think that one unit's better than another unit. I am partial to Headrush units. I mean, I've been using them since 2019, and I like to use their interface on it. And I want to try this one versus the MX5. I'm not that I'm unsatisfied with the MX5. I had the Prime, and I got rid of the Prime and came back to the MX5. But I do like the new features that they have on the second gen. The one thing I find sucks is that they've created two classes. They kind of made it so that you can't use all the new stuff that they're coming out with on the Gen 1s, which
Good
I
news
find
on
sucks.
that one is you should start to see the first gen coming significantly down in price. So for people who want to dip their toes into the interface that they offer, the broadly speaking, like I said, I'm not going to be upgrading my MX5 because I've been very pleased with it, and I'm not sure. I mean, it depends. Maybe I'll change my mind when I see what this thing can actually do. But so far, I haven't seen anything on it that I can see. Yeah, I like the idea of that, but it wouldn't be something I would use all the time. So it's not going to justify me buying a new effect, especially when this one's still kicking out all the tones I need.
Yeah,
you know, both bass and guitar. It's the only thing I use these days. And as such, you know, that, and it should be. It's like, you know, in the old days you used to have just an amp. Now I've got virtually every kind of amp. It's like walking into a guitar shop. Going, what do I fancy playing today? And that's what I really like about these units, and they sound good. You know, when you're recording. Now I haven't played it live. I would love to know. Maybe Doc might know this. What are they like when you put them through a PA? Do you still get the same feel? Do you still get the same kind of sounds? It's something I don't know.
Yeah, Doc plays it. He's played them live and stuff for sure.
Yeah.
And he's played them through all the different FRs, so it'd be interesting to hear his take on that for sure. He's saying simply ton of time to work with anything, so it only takes. Okay, so Trevor Bear saying he used Neural DSP plugins. Yeah, the Neural DSP plugins are fantastic, and the cool thing about the Prime unit, or this is the Flex Prime, but is that there is a cloning system, and you can actually clone. Plugins. So the thing is let's say you want to bring your DSP, your Neural DSP plugin with you to go jam at a friend's house or a show or whatever. You can actually clone it in here, and then take it with you on the road, basically, which is cool, I think, anyways. It's nice that developers offer updates to fix notable problems in their products. Yes, it is. It is, and like you were saying, you have the Tone Master Pro, and I when I saw that Fender kept a good word on their end, and they did some good updates on their end, I consider very, very strongly switching up to the Tone Master Pro, but it's still.
What's the difference between a good product and a bad product in this environment is good customer service.
Yeah,
support. At the end of the day, that's really It's probably true of everything, isn't it? Really.
Well, yeah, and nowadays, especially, and talking about everything, it's hard to get good customer service. But in some instances, some companies they keep good on their word. Some companies are active in the, in the chats and the forums and stuff, and they support their customers and everything. When I had the Prime, I just found it a little disappointing that we heard nothing. We heard crickets for about a year, but now they've come out with all this stuff, which I mean they were busy working on, which is great. I mean I think that's great.
Yeah. Anyway, enough talk, more play.
Yeah, I walk in my front door, and I have the tone I love. Yeah, exactly. With a push of button. Well, that's the thing is that I have my setup here, and everything's here, and all I do is push the button. My MX5 goes on. I got my tone. Everything's going into my mixer. It's set up to my computer, so I can do my recordings. I can do everything's here at the push of a button. You have all your sounds. So that's what I love about that. I mean, now obviously this I'm gonna have to start over to work my tones. I can import my tones from the MX5 into there, and if I want to tweak after with clones and different things, I can do that too. So that's a cool thing. Yes, I understand when you're talking about size. So I don't know. Let's what do we want to do here? The menu system. Let's take a look at it just a little bit. The menu system in here is on the left side. On the MX5, you have like some dots on the right typically, and that's in Gen 1. It's typically like that. But this is your menu system. So you have your rigs are in there. You can go straight on the cloud, but obviously the cloud won't let us go because the Wi-Fi is not connected. So I don't want to connect it right now, though. I think we can look at that later, basically. But actually, no, I'll have to connect it if you want to check the software, right? I will. Right in. Mm-hmm. So we'll do that after.
Yeah.
You got your hardware assigned. You got your looper, which you guys heard at the very beginning, if you guys were around. Ian was playing on a loop that he had in his MX5. So the looper here is cool. What I do like, or I did in the Prime anyways, is the practice tool. See this thing here, it's really cool. You can load up your songs in here and everything, and you can play with it. I find what's cool about this too is that this is a tool that can be used like for live performances. If you play the backing tracks or other stuff like that, that could be pretty cool.
And this, because it's Bluetooth, you don't have. I mean, one of the things with the MX5 and the Gen 1s is that they only you can only add. I mean, it's got a good memory for things. I can put a WAV file in this that's a whole song and then jam along to it, but I have to actually physically connect it to my computer, and then I have to import it in, and then I have to load it. And on this, you can just set it up on your phone and just Bluetooth it straight through, which I can see the convenience of. I can see how convenient that would be. But the practice tool to me is one of those things I'm looking at and going, well, doesn't the looper already give me those functions? And I'm not sure because we haven't really looked at it yet. But it's certainly something that I think a lot of people can get behind. I mean, I use the looper all the time for writing melodies and things, and I just strum something and then go over the top of it, and I find that very useful. But I know I'm in the dark ages when it comes to that sort of stuff. I'm not using the technology to its fullest extent.
Aaron's saying here, the editor is bigger on the inside than the outside. Aaron has a Headrush core, so I'm guessing he's played around with the editor already. Probably updated to, what is it, 4?
Yeah, he's 4? Also making a reference there to Doctor Who. So
okay.
The TARDIS is bigger on the inside. Yeah, it is. Okay. Oh my God, is it? Yeah. It would be nice if that were figuratively true also with the editor, that you could do more or get more well, actually it wouldn't, would it? Because then you'd be stuck using the editor all the time. But I do like the fact that they've made it a web editor. So as long as you've got a device with a web browser, as long as it's a compliant web browser, you should be done. You should be able to use it. That's smart. That strikes me as being pretty clever.
The tuner. Yeah. Okay. It's the same tuner as on the MX5 and Gen 1s. What the hell is it doing? The screen has a black border around it. It does. Seems like they could have made the screen much bigger. They could have made it a little bigger. Yeah, this is.
Actually, I think that's just the glass plate. So the actual screen itself is full size, but the protective glass plate is bigger than the screen, if you see what I mean. Because if it's anything like the MX5, that's what they do. They put a bigger piece of glass on top of the screen, as it were.
Yeah, but basically the core unit, which has 5 buttons and has no expression pedal, has a 7-inch or 7.5 inch,
Yeah.
and the Prime, which is the big, massively big unit and very heavy unit, has 12 buttons. That also has the 7.5 inch screen on it.
Mm-hmm.
But what they just came out with is the editor. So basically, you can. Using the IP address of your Headrush product, you can just link it up to your phone, to your, to your tablet or your computer or whatever.
So Daniel, if you've got a browser running on your 65-inch flat screen TV and it's connected to your Wi-Fi, then as long as you give it the IP address of your Headrush, it'll be on your TV. I know you'd have to check that out and see whether it works. But then, how would you actually? You could be using the remote control. That'd be a pain in the neck. I really wouldn't want to go there. But touchscreen TV. Maybe.
You know what? I think I have to try it on my 65-inch.
I'll see you with explosions coming out of your head as you're going. How do I do this with my remote control on the TV? It's like
it's okay. I'll get one of the kids to help me out. Hey, Frank.
Hi, Frank.
How you doing? Good to see you.
So.
All right. Yeah, we haven't done much tones now yet, but we were just going through this stuff just to see. Obviously, this is, it's nothing. It's just for fun. It was an unboxing. Mm-hmm. We're just fucking around, just like anybody would when they open it. Take a look at stuff, basically. So, I swore. Oh, no.
Oh, no, we're now into... Children will not be able to watch this, and so many of them would want to.
So we have our lock screen, which you can put your own picture on it. I think that's what you were able to do on the old gen.
Yeah.
You got your USB transfer. That's when you're doing your updates and stuff. But in this case, I think you could do it just on the Bluetooth because that's how or Wi-Fi or whatever, or Bluetooth. Yeah. I was able to do it on the Prime that way, basically, because it's connected to the internet on the Wi-Fi. And so you probably don't need to do this. And I guess we can't because they didn't give us the cable.
Yeah, so you're going to have to. And Carlos is saying there the Helix doesn't have a touchscreen. He prefers the knobs because he's thinking you can actually use the knobs on this. You can actually do it that way.
It's just this is your look. See this knob over here is your knob. You can push it down, and you can when you go left to right, it goes through your stuff. So if you're having problems, with fat fingers on the little touchscreen, you can use this to go around. And let's say I want to select, like we were on the looper before, I just press down and you're in the looper basically. So it does, it does work that way. Oh, it's thank you, Daniel. This is the Eastman SB59. So yeah. So that's basically it. All right, let's go back here. Let's just hear. What the hell? Okay, let's get out of there. If you see, it does like the other one. If you pull down, you get all your rigs.
Mm-hmm.
What the hell is this? Synth, flute. See, the synths they didn't have on the new stuff, eh?
Yeah, you don't get the synths.
What is this? Let's try this. Flute synth. Save new rig. No, discard.
And again, if I want a synth, I'll plug in a synth. Plug in my keyboard and use. But that's me. If you're a guitarist and you want to do it that way, I actually think that's kind of cool.
Why am I doing a looper here? How do I get out of the looper? No, stop. Exit.
It'll be the other one. It's the button number 3. Just hold it down.
There we go. All right, so
Hold down button number 3.
So I
you
want
should
to go
exit.
to rig. So this is the synth rig. Let's see. Hey, Mooney. What's all this noise? I'm trying to sleep here. Yeah. Aren't you watching the boxing again tonight?
Yeah. Yeah, Marshall, that's true. I mean, that's me personally in the way I work, but I can see how effective that, that could be if you're doing stuff live. It's
Did you win your bet, Mooney? Okay, so we have synths in here. That's pretty cool. Because I traded my my Line 6 HX1 for this thing. So I don't have the synth sounds anymore. At least I have them in here now. Driven organ. What's that?
So, Mooney, you've gone from boxing to unboxing.
That's pretty cool, actually. Eh?
I've heard worse.
Mute my mic when I'm playing. Here. I'll
Yeah,
mute it
you
for
can hear the strings off it. Yeah.
Yeah, I could play weddings. Sure, man. Hey, and being Italian, there's a lot of weddings out here, man. I'll tell you right now. That's actually pretty cool. The synth stuff in here is actually pretty cool. Mm-hmm. There's actually a lot of synth stuff. I mean, look at all these synths. Shit. That's a lot of stuff I'm going to have to play around with. Might be some inspiration for some new songs. That's pretty cool.
Hey, that's why we buy these toys.
Well, yeah. It's we look for inspiration, What's this? Saw Attack. I gotta try this. Or we should try the space one after.
Oh, now I'm in the 80s. It was bad enough living through it the first time around. Daniel,
cool,
you are
actually.
so right.
That is pretty cool. Do the organ sounds, work on the mic input. That could be cool.
On the other, can you do that on the Prime on the
on this
can you get the microphone to trigger like the guitar blocks or the keyboard blocks?
Oh, like Frampton, you mean, or something?
Yeah, because why not?
I don't know, man. But there's no mic input on this one, that's for sure. So you can't. Actually, you know what? I'm curious.
You know what, Aaron? It's like
Wait.
Blake 7.
When you do here, so what are the rigs here? Okay, it's the same splits as on the MX5, right? And on the Gen 1.
You've got more actually. You've only got 3 splits on the MX5.
Do we?
Yeah.
So
It's only got 3.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, so there's 5.
Yeah.
And you don't have the splits like on the Prime and the Core where you have the vocals, 7 and 7 basically. You have a vocal and a guitar or bass or whatever. So yeah.
But that would be interesting to know. I mean, Doc probably knows that, whether you can trigger the synth using a microphone, or whether can you actually trigger it with a microphone input?
Yeah.
Can you put a guitar block or a synth block on the microphone? I mean, I would think that they would let you do that, because that'd be great fun.
Yeah. Well, let's see what kind of effects they got in here then. If we go, okay, so what do we got here? Synth. Okay, see, when I had the Prime, there was no section with synth, so they added this section here, synth. They put the ambiverb under synth. The ambiverb, you have it, right?
Yeah,
you still
I've
have
got
it on the
ambiverb.
MX5.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay,
But
so you got
I can't see. That's a little bit too small for me to see it. But yeah, the organ, electric piano, hybrid synth. No, they don't on the MX5 obviously,
No.
but the ambiverb is, which is it's pretty good for ambient stuff.
Yeah, see the organ, you have your seconds, your thirds, bass, octave, pad, and on the electric piano, you got flute, jazz, swell, tine, thump, tremolo pan, hybrid synth, brass, saw pad, saw synth, slapback, square cascade. This is pretty cool. There's actually quite a bit of. That's really cool. I didn't expect that's a nice thing. I'll be happy with that, especially the fact that I got rid of the HX1 for this. That I lost my sense, but now I got them back. Prime is huge. You like the core. I agree, Aaron. I had the Prime, and it was such a big monster. I got to tell you that the Prime, when I used to have it on the side here, on my tabletop here, it took the whole tabletop. See, right now, in the space where I used to have the Prime, I got my MX5, I got my 8-channel mixer, I got some pedals here, I got my Prime Flex, and I got stuff. But the Prime used to just take up that whole real estate. And I mean, the only reason I got the Prime, I prefer smaller units, but it's because it was Gen 2, and the only way to play with Gen 2 at the time, the Prime. It took a while before the Core came out. I think the Core's a good size, but I do prefer the smaller size, especially for the tabletop. I mean, look, I'm not performing live, and you can perform live with this too. There's no issue with that. I mean, if you remember, when I had my MX5, I did a setup where I put the MC6, the Morningstar, the MIDI controller, which gives you an extra 6 buttons, and there's so much you can do with that. So you can, if you want more buttons, you can always work around that.
Yeah.
But I mean, this is a unit on its own. But I mean, for my purposes, and that's the thing, it's all dependent what your purposes are, right? I mean, Aaron is a performing musician, so for him, especially having the vocals, because he used to carry around the vocal unit also, but just carrying around the Core for him, it's a great thing, so for sure.
I tell you what, I've got to answer that. No, I didn't order the Blu-ray Blake 7, because I don't have a Blu-ray machine at the moment. My daughter's run off with it. But also, the only reason I would ever buy that is so I could have fantasies about Servalan, and I kind of like, that's about 40 years too late now, What can I say?
You just gotta get yourself a PlayStation. You have a Blu-ray player right in there.
Well, yeah, that's what she's run off with.
Oh, she ran off with the PlayStation.
It doesn't play games on it; just plays Blu-ray discs. It's fine.
Ian's
I'm okay with it. I'm not bitter at all. You can tell.
Mooney says you have them on Betamax.
Yeah. But no, I used to have teenage fantasies about Servalan. I tell you.
Do these units have preamps? You mean like digital preamps in them? Because if you're talking about like depends what you're talking about exactly. Because in here, you have your amps, you got your cabs, you got your. Hey, Mr. Tanner, how you doing, sir? Sorry, we didn't. We did not actually get together yesterday. Nobody did. I had an issue. My father was in the hospital. He had emergency surgery, so I was not able to hang out yesterday night. But everything is good. On a good note, he's doing well, and everything is good. The surgery went well.
Very pleased to hear that. Yeah.
So, you have overdrives, distortions, EQs, compressor. You have all sorts of stuff. But if you're talking about like when you use this type of unit, you have to use it with an FRFR speaker, like a powered speaker, basically. So, all right, Marshall, you take care.
Yeah, have fun.
Yeah. So, do we want to do a rig from scratch just to see what kind of sounds we got?
Let's have a go. Let's have a go and see what
let's do a new rig. No, discard. All right, so we got a new rig, blank rig. This is how you basically do it. I always like to put my amp over here, so we can find an amp, or we can. How about we fuck around with a clone?
Yeah, because they've got that split, the super clone thing.
Yeah,
which,
I don't know if it's in here or if we have to download the 4.0 to get it. But let's try and see what's in here already. We got the amp clones, we got pedal clones, because you can clone overdrive pedals and stuff like that, and you can clone your amp. So an amp, I guess I gotta go to load amp clone. What do we got here? Got Headrush and user. Obviously, user, there should be nothing in there. Let's see. Oh, there's nothing in there. Headrush. The one I used to like, amp and cab, amp or preamp. So if you take an amp and cab, you can actually you can turn off the cab. Attack of the Clones, yeah. So the one I used to like, yeah, these are all the same as what was in the Prime. So I think you got to do the update, Ian, to be able to fool around with that.
Okay, but you can put preamps in here so that you can actually load preamp. Right. Okay.
Yeah. So basically, we can put the. This is the one I used to like when I had the Prime, which is the 800. Now you can adjust it a little bit to get a bit better feel of what you like. What I used to like is I used to like to put the sag up to about, the sag was up to about, all right, let's use this. I like to put the chug at about 12, and I like the sag at about 33.
That's really old school.
What's old school? Going
Sag,
with the knob?
putting the sag up, yeah, it's kind of, that gives you an old-fashioned kind of.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's what I like.
Yeah, actually, that's not bad at all, is it? You can hear it.
I like that. So, you remember when I was doing rigs with my Prime, I was bare bones, basically. I was using a clone and just a little bit of reverb most of the time. And my favorite reverb, obviously, is the 11 Rush, the 11 Reverb, the 11 Reverb medium plate, which is my reverb of choice.
Wes has got his head in the gutter again, chugging and sagging. It's like, yeah. You can tell most guitar players are boys.
So did you end up putting that bet there on the today? You said yesterday you won on the boxing bets, and did you end up placing that on today's boxing? It's nice, but I mean, it's the same case for the MX5. You notice that when I switch pickups and I have the volume on 10 here and whatever, the amp reacts to the amount to the volume that you have on it and everything. It reacts like a real amp, basically, in that sense. But also the MX5 used to do that, right? So I mean, it's it's pretty good.
It's surprisingly responsive for it being digital. It's like I was surprised when I first got it because of that, because I wasn't expecting to be able to do things like that, and yet it's really responsive. Yeah. However they're doing it, it's clever, so that's really all that matters. But you need to stick. There's one pedal that you're missing a pedal on there. You know which pedal it is? It's the Glorious one.
Oh, the Glory Drive is
Glorious Drive is awesome,
drive
man. Pedal.
It is. When they put that in the update, I really like that. So that over here must be in overdrive, I guess, because on the MX5 it's all distortion, but here just overdrive and distortion. They here, see the Glorious Drive is here.
Ah, right. You see, this is
What's the setting you normally go with?
Well, I generally put in, if you scroll right down to the bottom, you get actually I know they've probably got more presets. I was using the Royal Blue drive and then just knocking the gain up slightly on it. In fact, hang on, let's see what I've got. I've got the drive on mine set to 50. the level to 23, the tone to 58.
Oh, I wasn't paying
And the
attention.
gain
Sorry,
on
I was
high.
watching. Mark was saying the fight
Oh,
was
no,
that
hang
was a
on,
joke last night, and he was just there basically. So yeah, what were you saying? Sorry.
Oops, sorry, hang on, let's go back. Drive at 50,
At 50.
level at 23,
Level at 23.
tone at 58,
Tone at 58. Yeah.
gain on high,
High. Okay.
and the high cut on. But you might not like those are my
see.
settings. Let's see what they're like.
Now I'm on the clean pickup. Hold on. So your guitar through the MX5 with the same.
It's yeah, I've got a different amp on it, but let's take the delay off. Which compares with it off.
Thanks, Mark.
But I'm using a very, very clean.
Well, I mean, if I want to clean, I just go up to clean pickup, right? So.
So yeah, on my bridge.
Yeah. Hey.
That sounded in
that
time here.
It sounds in time here, but it probably doesn't out there.
Probably
that's
doesn't
for
out
sure.
there. Hi, Zach. But yeah, I must admit, the Glorious Drive is like, that was probably my favourite update. That from all the time it was that one, because it caught me by surprise.
Ian's drowning in verb, so all is good in the world.
Yeah, I do have a lot. Yeah, I do have a lot of reverb on
Shit.
that.
Yeah.
You know me and reverb,
Yeah.
except on vocals.
I think it sounds cool. I mean, you can't go through everything in one go with these things. There's so many things, basically. But if there's anything, that anybody wants to hear or us to try out, I mean, I could hook it up to the Wi-Fi. I can go get my code and everything and hook it up, and we could just see. What's cool about this generation, I mean, for people who are MX5 users or Gen 1s and haven't seen the cloud and stuff, I mean, I did it on the Prime. It's in my videos and everything, but it's cool because you can actually audition different clones, different rigs, just by in the cloud without downloading them,
Mm-hmm.
You'd be surprised how lined up you are. Oh, really?
Yeah, cool.
Okay. Mazda MX5. Yeah, that's right, Mooney. Here, you want to see my Mazda MX5? Here it is. There's the MX5, bro. I gotta say, these units are great. I like smaller units, and everything.
Your volume's just dropped, mate.
My volume?
Yeah.
I don't know. Did I touch something? Maybe. I don't know. You hear me now?
Yeah, it still seems a bit quiet.
Yeah,
I don't know why.
I mean, did I touch a wire that... Oh, you know what? The wires moved when I picked that up, and it turned down the master volume. That's what happened.
That's
the wire got caught. The wire got caught on the. That's what happened. You can play together if you keep it slow. Yeah, we probably could. Are identical units in case size? Yes.
Yeah.
Only the Flex Prime and the MX5 are identical units when it comes to the casing. If you see it, I don't know if it can. Whoa, there goes the camera. If you look at them side by side, except for some of the coloring on it and the Marshall style knobs. Actually, there's one thing that's different. I don't know if, can you see here? Look how low this is, and look how high this is.
Ah,
It's actually
yeah.
thicker. The MX5 is actually much thicker than the Prime. I'm guessing,
Which, if you're playing standing up, is going to make it much easier on your ankle.
possibly. I'm guessing, you know what it is? They probably use like surface mount, you know, like the surface mount stuff. So they probably shrank the electronics in it and were able to squeeze it in a smaller box. Because while it is the same width and length and everything, it is not the same thickness. I don't know if you could see it from the side. Can you see it from the side? You see that? The
Right,
difference?
yeah, it's a little bit...
It's
yeah, a
not
little
the
bit.
same height at all. So yeah, that's.
But it doesn't. But the new one doesn't have a sexy red box.
I do like the red, eh? I mean, red is one of my. It is my favorite color. So for me, I always liked the look of. I always like the look of this. You know, like it's always even the back. You know, hey, see, I got it used at Long and McQuaid for $349. That's the one thing though. If anybody's looking to get into this type of thing, you can find some good used ones on the Gen 1s, you know, which is cool. So, the DSP boards are the same. They could have given update to MX5, but they got, you mean the actual, the DSP board on the inside, I get it, man, for sure.
I mean, the connectivity would be you'd have to go through the USB on the MX5, but you could still do it, I suppose, if they... Well, I don't know, actually, could you?
Not sure.
There's probably a hardware issue at some point with the connections in terms of making use of all of it. But yeah, they could presumably have updated the interface and whatever. But they're obviously not going to do that. I don't think they, I mean, because, from a business perspective, I don't suppose that does make much sense. But
anyways, there's so much you can do with this. I mean, what do you I'm happy with it. Let's just put it this way. I mean, I'll let you know what I think of it after using this for a while. I mean, I'm sure it's similar to the Prime that I had. However, with all the updates and everything, I'm sure they've gotten all the bugs out. I mean, so far, when I loaded the clone, I didn't notice any bugs. But the Prime, when it first came out, in that first year that I had it, with the lack of updates and everything, there was a lot of buggy things. You would switch rigs, go in and out, and it wouldn't keep your settings. There was a ton of bugs with it. But seeing that they've gone to software 4, I mean, we started with software 3 with the Prime. I think they got a lot of the bugs out. And the software editor, that would be cool. Actually, you know what? I will go get, if you want to jam just a little bit to so that people aren't bored while I go upstairs, I will go get, I'm going to go get the code so that we can check the Wi-Fi so we can get maybe we can use the editor and fool around with that. So I'll be right back. some good stuff right there, man. Let's see what the gardener thinks about that. Do we still have those things, right? Let's see what the gardener thinks about
Let's
that.
see. We're getting him on here, even if he's only in the chat.
That's right, he's in the chat. But let's see what he thinks about this.
Well, blow me down, Tiddlers. That was absolutely brilliant. I think I've become rather hard.
You see, I'm proud now. I've made the gardener hard, and that's all that really counts in life.
Oh, shit. It's too much. It's pretty cool. Okay, so I got my Wi-Fi code. So let's see here if we can get this to go on the Wi-Fi, right? It was in the menu system, right? Okay, we got a good view here. This freaking thing keeps shaking. All right, so the Headrush Cloud USB firmware update. Okay, we can do all that stuff once we... Okay, let's try this. Firmware update. Shut down, update firmware. No, cancel. Headrush Cloud. Wi-Fi is not connected. Okay, we're going to go for the Wi-Fi now. Gotta go in the global settings. Under Wi-Fi. All right. It found my Wi-Fi.
You might want to turn your screen off while you add your password, just in
Yes.
case there's anybody who lives close to you and decides to nick your Wi-Fi.
I shall do that. So let's take this off the screen right now. We'll
See,
hey.
if you were accessing your bank account, I wouldn't have said anything.
Oh no, I know, because everybody needs a Christmas present. Why not?
Absolutely.
You know. Yeah. So let me see here. We're gonna go here, and all we're gonna do is, all right, just. Almost done. This is so entertaining. Eh? We have an entertaining show for you guys.
Yep. Watching
We
us
are
connect to the internet.
Professionals
So
and so entertaining. It's wonderful. So I got my code in, and if I hit connect, is it going to connect? It's spinning. Holy crap, look, it says connected.
Ah, I see.
All right. I can even
Something
connect.
that
Look at that. I
works.
can connect to the basement TV. I can connect to the big screen. Because it's got one of those Google, it's got the... So maybe I could connect the wireless to see the screen out
That'd
there.
really confuse the family, wouldn't
Oh,
it?
shit, man. Yeah, eh?
If they just suddenly saw
All
your
right. So the
your
Wi-Fi is
Headrush
on.
screen, they'd wonder what the hell was
now
going
we're
on.
on Wi-Fi. Okay, so if we're on Wi-Fi in general, if we do Headrush Cloud... Whoops, what's this? A new firmware update. Firmware update can contain... Okay, so let's do the firmware update. Why not, eh? We're here. FX features, bug
Yeah,
fixes.
do it.
Okay, so let's
While
do it.
you do that, because this is so entertaining, and you got to go upstairs, and I'm going to need to take a bathroom break. So
Okay,
I'm
go
just
to the
gonna
bathroom there. Don't worry.
whilst you update, which I'm pretty sure is going to be
No,
so
it's pretty
scintillating.
quick,
I'll be
actually.
sorry I missed it.
It's going to be done before you even go. Just go. Actually, I have some news. I'm no longer a supporter of... Oh, okay. Yeah. Don't worry about it, Zach. Give us your bank account details. Yeah, okay, Moni. Why not? Yeah, so I could actually read it. Yeah. It's pretty clear, eh? You can see the screen pretty well. All right. So what's going on here? All right. We're in update 4.0. 4.0.0. Nice. This is so entertaining. I feel so bad for everybody. Okay. Okay, so we can edit on a web browser, computer, tablet, introduce... okay, to access Headrush Remote. Below, connect your Headrush FLEX Prime to the same Wi-Fi network as your computer. Tablet global settings, Wi-Fi menu. All right, let me see if I can get the Wi-Fi editor connected to my computer. So let me try something. At least show some dancing girls. Okay. I meant it. Does it cast the control screen to a TV? You can. I don't think you can cast the control screen to a TV. You can cast the control, like I was reading here. You can cast the control to a computer, to a tablet. So basically, I'm going to try and do that right now since it says you can do that. I'm going to try and get the control on my computer, and then what we'll do is I'll share my computer screen, and then we could try fooling around with that to see how it works. Because I know the biggest complaint of most Headrush users, and especially non-Headrush users, was the fact that there was no computer editor or editor that you can use on a tablet or whatever. So,
and I think Mark's saying, will it give control? Can you put the control screen on a TV? I guess if the TV has a compliant, we talked about this earlier, if it has a compliant browser, then yeah, you could.
Yeah. I guess so. Yeah, if it has a
because all you need to do is put the IP address into your browser when you're on the net, when you're on the Wi-Fi network.
That's
Apparently
correct.
It works.
That's correct.
Hi Nelson, how you doing?
Hey, Nelson, brother, how you doing? It's a lot of cool people we haven't seen in a while.
Yeah, so you can remote it to a tablet, to a phone, to a computer, as long as it's on the same Wi-Fi network. It just requires a compliant browser. There's no software to load in and whatever, which I think is smart. You know, that's a smart way.
I'm going to try and connect it to my computer right now. It's showing here how I can do it, so I'm going to try and do that, okay? Let me just... I'm going to close this. I guess it doesn't really matter if anybody gets my IP address, but it could. So let's just hide this here for a second. Let me see how I do this. I go into Wi-Fi. Okay, global settings, Wi-Fi, and I get the IP address. Added support for Headrush super clones. Famous Cobra Cron. Wow, there's quite a few here. I want to try those. I want to see what it sounds like. Holy crap, there's a lot of stuff in this update. It's unbelievable. Okay, so share my anonymous data with Headrush. Share my anonymous data with Headrush. Should I share or not? Did they share anything with me? Now, let me see. I bought...
Do they give you an option?
Well, that's what it is right now. I get to...
Right.
It's either remind me later, do not share, or share my anonymous data with Headrush. Now, I got to tell you something, right? Mm-hmm. I've supported Headrush forever. I bought the gig board.
Have they ever sent you anything free?
Nothing. We remember when we did the live stream on the MX5. We've done.
Yeah.
I've done so many videos.
Thank you, didn't they?
They did say thank you.
They did say thank you.
But I never even got a T-shirt or a bag or anything.
I'd say no. In that case.
So then I'm not sharing because I got the FR108s. I got the gig board, the Prime, the MX5 twice, and now this. So.
They've had enough support.
I've been really cool. Yeah. I supported it enough. So that's it. So do not share. All right. So what's going on here? Okay, so this is just the rig that we were in. I want to go to the global settings. And we're going to go to the Wi-Fi. And Wi-Fi on. Headrush remote on. Okay. Where do I...
You type the IP.
No. You click on it here and you get the IP address. Okay.
Right. Okay. So you just need to write that down, don't you?
I will write.
Should just be a string of numbers.
Well, it's there. Do I really need to write it down? I could just go on my computer.
Oh well, so yeah. Okay. Sorry.
So what do I do?
I'm just a very old-fashioned person.
How do I put my IPv4 address in there?
You just type it into the address bar. That's what your words turn into an IP address. That's what the browser does.
What are you talking about? In the window?
No. In your address bar, where you type in
www
Talk Studio where you type in www. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's it. That's all I do.
Mm-hmm. That's all you do.
All right. So
it's the same as when you try and connect to your routers. You get software.
Ian, I'm not a computer guy, man.
Oh, okay.
I'm far from being. That's why this might help people actually. But it's like What the fuck's
Yeah, it
going
just
on
goes
there?
in your web address bar.
Okay, no, it found another IP address. What the hell address is that? Okay, that's not the one I'm looking for, but whatever. Okay, so
Should be in your global settings by.
no. I found it on the
Right, okay.
Flex Prime. It's just it was pulling something up in my browser.
Oh no, that's probably some other IP address.
So
that
wait
you
a second.
Used at some point.
It says router network, but now I'm on Google and I put that in. That's not where I want to be. I do want to be there.
No, you want just a new window in your browser, and then where you type in www. whatever it is you're going to, you type in that string of numbers with the full stops, and that's it. That's the IP address, and the words are by convention turned into numbers.
Okay, no.
That's how we have.
Let's
human
start over
readable
here.
addresses.
I'm dumb. I'm dumb here.
Right,
what am
okay.
I opening? I'm
Right.
I'm a Mac user. Okay, you know
Right.
that.
Okay. So
what am I opening?
whichever browser you want.
Okay. Well, I'm in. Okay, let's try this again. If I close this and I open a new window, this is I think. Hold on a second. Let's see. Okay, that's Chrome. This is I'm using what do you call it? Safari.
Safari. Okay. So you see where you type in your web address.
So I get a new window, and the web address is up there. Yeah.
Yeah,
and
and just type in that string of numbers.
Command V, right?
Yeah.
No.
No.
Command
Well,
V.
how have you copied it onto your computer?
Son of a bitch. Okay, I'll retype it. Hold on. In the browser, but that's exactly what I did, though. Hold on a second.
So look at the Prime screen,
Yeah.
right, and just type that IP address into your address bar.
I did, but it brought it to Google, though. Okay, it's in the address bar.
Right, now hit return.
Holy shit. Okay, check this out. I gotta share my screen. I just pulled it up. Okay, that's freaking cool. All right. So, screen, I understand. Entire screen. Oh, no. Hey, where'd it go? Stupid thing. All right. I can't believe it. This is so cool. I can't believe that I saw the day that this happened. So, you still see the number there. What the fuck does it matter? So basically, you open your web browser, you put in your number, and then this is what you got over here. So this is the rig that I have right now. So I can control my rig from there.
Yeah.
So let's see how that works. The volume's off. Bring the volume up. If I want to turn this off, can I turn it off? How do you turn it off? Oh, from here? Oh, that's... Turn it on. So if we put low gain, that's so cool. I can't see the chat anymore, right? Because I have it over here. So
Right. It's like yeah.
if anybody's saying anything, you gotta let me know. So if we turn off the reverb, for example, here's the medium plate reverb. We can switch it to whatever we want, and we can adjust it right in from here. That's cool. So in essence, what I can do then, I mean, I'm used to keeping the unit on the table, and I got like my, I got like an expression pedal on the floor, but you can keep this whole unit on the floor, and you can either keep a tablet or your computer to mess around with it in front of you, basically. That's pretty cool. All right, let's see what the chat's saying here. Do I have the chat anymore? No, over here. What's the chat saying? You fucking rat. I definitely use the software myself. I'm learning over my desk. Quicker to use. Cool. Okay, so wait a second. Now, if we are there super clones in here or not? Clone, amp clone, super clone. Look, super clone. I want a fucking super clone. All right, let's see what super clones do we have. Headrush, amp and cab. That's of the same amps. Oh, what's this? Wagner Shiva. Shiva. That's new, eh?
I have no idea.
So, okay. Let's take... The other one was just a clone that we have in there of the ACM 800. This is a super clone. So what we're going to do is we're going to choose this one.
Oh, noise gate.
Hold on. We're going to turn this one off. We don't want to have two amps on. That's an amp and an amp. That's why. Okay, so this is just a regular clone. This is the super clone. Let's see. The difference from a super clone to a clone is that the clone, you have one snapshot, one picture, like all the other units do, basically. Like, you know, like the Kempers and the Quad Cortex. It's one snapshot. And then if you adjust your gains, your mids, and all the stuff, it's basically approximating what it should sound like, but it's not the actual, it's not the way the actual amp would
right
work, you know.
So is that using the same cab? If you click on the super clone, because at the moment you clicked on the amp that you got in, it's got the cab's on, so it's got a cab in there. Yeah, right. Okay.
Now I'll explain to you, and I'm not sure how to go see this and everything, but I'll explain to you what it does actually. I don't know if you saw any videos on it recently, Ian, but the thing is, the super clone, what it is that as you adjust your gain up and down, it's going through different snapshots or clones.
Because I deliberately didn't watch anything because we talked about doing this, and I want the whole thing, you know,
to be fresh. That we're like just getting excited.
I want to just see it as it hits me.
So
I mean, you know, I know a bit because I did actually watch the initial video that Headrush put out, and I read a bit of the blurb, so that, you know, I'm not like, don't even know what it looks like, but I don't know much.
So what it actually is as you go up in the gain, up and down, it's multiple snapshots. So let's say you take a clone of this particular amp, the ACM, this ACM 800, whatever. And, okay, you have your picture, let's say at 3. You know, let's say your gain, you have a snapshot at 1, a clone at 3, a clone at 5, a clone at 7, a clone at 9. Let's say, okay.
Right. Okay.
So as you go up with the gain, it's going to go from one clone to the other. So basically,
right. So you're not dependent on the software inside the Headrush to approximate what's going on. You're actually using proper snapshot. Right. Okay.
Exactly.
That's
so
cool.
Because obviously, you know, we know that the cloning and the snapshot, or whatever you want to call it, from the different companies there, the technology, yes, it sounds fantastic, but if you want to, you know, change your parameters, well, that's where it's lacking afterwards, because then it's approximating and it doesn't sound or react like the real amp. Whereas in this case, in the super clone, you got multiple snapshots, and as you go up and down with your gain, you're going through the different snapshots. Now, there's another caveat with this, is that this is just this particular amp. But what you can do is you can mix and match different amps. So let's say you do 3 snapshot or 3 clones of a Fender clean for your first 3. Let's say you go to an AC 30 for your next 3, and then let's say you go to Marshall JCM 800 for your last 3, for example. So now you can go from super Fender clean to, like, you know, a little bit of Brit dirt from an AC, and then you can go down to your Marshall, and you can really mix and match it. And something I saw Doc McFarlane say on I had read one of his comments, I think it was on the Studio Rats and everything, was that now, which makes it even more powerful, is let's say you assign your expression pedal that's on the unit to your gain. Now you can go through your different amp sounds and your different gain sounds straight with the pedal. So if you want to go to your Marshall sound dirt, you can go straight there with the pedal all the way kicked back. If you want to get your Fender clean, you can go forward. You can do whatever you want with that.
Right, now that's cool. That for live work, that'd be really useful, wouldn't it? Yeah. Yeah.
What's anybody saying? Because I haven't seen your. Definitely use a software.
Yeah, Moody's saying you can clone VST plugins. Yes, you can.
Yes, you can. Yeah. So if you want to clone like a neural plugin or any plugin or whatever, you can clone the plugin. And you can do the exact same thing, whereas where you're cloning, you can clone different plugins, and let's say you have a really dirty plugin that you want towards your dirt side, you can put the, you know, as your last three, let's say clones. And if you want to, if you got a really nice clean or ambient or whatever type of amp or whatever, you can clone that at the front, and then so you can have it going
And of
from.
course, it goes without saying that you should only clone VST plugins that you've actually bought and paid for on your own system. Obviously,
yes,
it goes without
obviously.
saying.
It's you know, because obviously there's ethical issues, and a lot of I've heard a lot of channels talk about the ethical issues about that and everything. But if you own it or if you bought it, like I think Andertons, they were saying, what about if Rabia did it? Because Rabia has his own clone of his own amp, and he works with them and everything. So you know, that should not be an issue with him putting it in there himself, right? So I mean,
I mean that's if you bought the VST and you want to be able to pack it up and take it away for, you know, rehearsals or gigs, then I don't really see what the problem with that is.
Exactly.
If on the other hand you're cloning a VST from someone else's machine that you haven't bought, ethically that is obviously a problem.
Yeah. So does this sound any different than the regular clone? A little bit, right now. Because we have the distortion pedal after the amp. Can we move it here? Yes, we. Oh, look at that. We can move it right here. So much better.
There you go.
Okay, if we turn this one off, let's just see. And turn this one on. It's a little cleaner, but what are our settings at though? Minus 2 dB, 46, 50, 50, 41. Oh yeah, it's true. We got the sag and we got the. So let's put the chug at 12 and the sag at 33. 12. And this at 33. Okay, what else we got there? 46, 50, 50. 46, 50, 50. What do we got the gain at? The gain is at minus 2 dB. And here it's at 50%. What does that mean then?
Looking at it, I'd say they're probably pretty close. I mean,
Yeah,
it would
they're
be like
pretty close.
48, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
You know, 48%.
The
I
Masters
guess.
at minus 7 dB and this one's at 0. Which, okay, here there's a difference. You could see move. And the presence is up on that. The presence, okay, 41. The presence here, so let's bring this down to 41. Okay, so let's put this one off. And this one on. Strymon Blue Sky demo plugin. Clone it. You can't clone. You can't clone time-based effects. I gather you can split rate chains. Yes, you can. Yeah,
Obviously, have you got different cabs with those?
Well, see, the thing is, can you see it in here? You don't see it in here, do you? So this is the amp and cab, but it's not. See, on the Prime, I was able to see it, and I was even able to see. You can deactivate it, so you can't add two right there. Okay, so
Right.
what you would do is you would turn it off, so now there's no cab, and then you can either put two stock cabs, two IRs, or revolver, because you got the revolver stuff too.
Yeah.
So if you look at where are the IRs in here? Cab IR. So you have your Headrush cabs, you got your revolver cabs, you got your IRs and your 1024s. So you can put two of those if you want. See, the revolver, the Buddha stuff is actually pretty nice. Let's say we go to Buddha open back. See, the picture actually in the screen is actually nicer than what you're seeing here, I think, because you can actually see, you can bring your mics close. So it's on or off access, low, high, ambience. See, I remember in the Prime, you being able to actually put it to the distance that you wanted to put it and everything.
Right.
Ambience. Now, if you want to, can we split this? Can we put this times 2? Can we put this times 2? I don't see that here. Let's see here. If I'm actually in the rig here, can I split this times 2? This is the cab, and then I put times 2. Do we see the times 2 over there?
Couldn't see anything changing there, so.
Ah, there.
Oh yeah, there you go. Yeah.
Now, how do you do it in the software, though? Oh, it's right here.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
It's right up here. Right. Okay, I hadn't seen that. Okay. So. Alright, so let's see. This is SM57. Let's take this one, and let's do a closed back, and let's do a 121.
Now, if you try the other amp with the same cabs, and see what.
Yeah, we can do that. Yeah, I gotta load some of my R's in it. I got a bunch of IRs, especially my favorites are Doc McFarlane's IR pack and the York that I really like. So if we open this amp, and if we turn the cab off, so now we're going through those cabs. Okay, now you know what I want to try here? We're gonna fuck around with the gain just to see, and then we'll go to the super clone and mess with the gain and see the difference between the two.
Yeah.
So if we go up with the gain here. Okay, and if we put the gain down. Alright, now let's see if we put the super clone on. Alright, so we leave it where it's at for now. Put the gain up. Put the gain down.
There's a heck of a noise ceiling when you put the gain up on the reamp.
Yeah.
On the clone.
On the super clone.
Yeah, on the super clone, when you stuck the gain up, that started hissing like a
tube amp.
Yeah. It really did start to.
But isn't that what people want? They want it to sound exactly the same, huh? Now, if we turn that off, we go back to this one. Put the gain up on this. I mean, there's a hiss, but not nearly as much.
Not nearly as much. I'm with Carlos on that. I can't hear much of a difference between the
The super clone and the clone?
Yeah, I can't hear that much different.
Except for the hiss.
Apart from the hiss, yeah.
I think as people improve the technology or add more clones to it or whatever, maybe, we'll see more
and
differences.
that's a point. I don't know whether it's automatic on this, because on the MX5 you have to actually set the noise gate on each rig that you create. It doesn't put a noise gate on them initially, so you actually have to set that.
Well, we can set it here. It's off completely.
It's off, right? Okay, so yeah, that's probably why it's
off,
hiss like a
but
crazy
still,
thing.
it's off on both. So I mean, this one
Yeah,
hisses more than that one. So.
Yeah.
I mean, it's normal. Okay, if we're taking like an amp, a tube amp would hiss if you put the gain up. It's normal. So you're seeing basically that the super clone is hissing like an amp would because it's got the snapshots of the actual amp at that level.
Yeah.
Whereas the clone is cloned at whatever level it was cloned at, and if you're going up and down, it's approximating what it should be. So maybe that's the difference.
Yeah.
Maybe that's why you're not getting as much hiss, because it's not incorporating a hiss in there. It's basically just, mimicking what it, I don't know. Possibly. Anyways, that's interesting. But it's cool that you can do it all over here, basically.
Yeah.
And this is what over here? This is all the rigs. So you got your rigs. You can create your set list. That's cool. You can do it. See now.
Right. Okay.
This is good to see it this way. I think to be able to make your. Not that it's hard to do over there, but it's nice to do on the screen. If you want to create your set list with your rigs for your different songs and stuff, that's actually I like that. Yeah.
No, I think just the fact that there is a big screen version of the of an editor is an improvement, because that is the one thing on the MX5 that is annoying, is that you can't put it on your screen and work on it. Not that it's it's not a deal breaker from my perspective, but I can see how it would be from especially if you're working live. That screen would be the small screen on the MX5 is going to give you problems. But if you're working in the studio, it doesn't really make much difference. So.
I just want to let you know I'm home now.
Oh, right, okay. Say hello to all the people on the internet.
Hello, people on the internet.
That's my youngest daughter's just said hello to you.
Nice.
Hope you had a good party.
Yeah, it was good, thank you.
All right.
Oh, she's my little blossom.
That's cool, man.
She's been out celebrating a friend's 18th birthday party, so I mean.
Mooney just said hi. All right. No, I like the fact that you can edit your rigs here, and I like the fact that you can edit your set list there. I think that's a pretty cool feature that we didn't have before. I do like that. I never with the gig board and with the Prime, the screens are so big, it doesn't really make a difference. But the thing is I have to admit, the Prime, I wanted to keep it on the floor. It is so big, and it was too big for my desktop, okay?
Yeah.
Had this existed when I had the Prime, maybe I would have kept the Prime, because I keep the Prime on the floor, and I could use this up here. But I like to have my board on my tabletop. And this size, I really like it. You're impressed with the unit, Mooney? Cool, man. It's actually, it's pretty decent, I gotta say. I've always liked Headrush. You know that I'm partial to Headrush. I mean, I've had almost all their units and everything, but I do like the upgrades they came up with. Like, what was disappointing with the Prime was not the Prime, the unit itself. It was because there was a lack of support in that first year. Obviously, they were working on creating all these tools and everything, and it takes a lot of development and a lot of work to do that. It would have just been nice to know that stuff like this was coming. Now, I know they don't want to make promises and
the users
not uphold it and everything.
hadn't at that point. It was early days. The users hadn't been loading up stuff for.
No, that's true.
For a couple of years, which is going to make it. You can't see the forest for the trees at this. I would think that when eventually people start uploading more and more, you're going to have
you're talking about the cloud now. What you're talking about is
the cloud,
uploading to the cloud. Now, I have to say, yes, the cloud was a little lacking because the community it was just starting with the cloud and everything.
Yeah.
No, I'm being polite for the purpose of the chat and appearances. Oh, okay, Mooney, no problem, man. No, it is not bad. It is not bad. But yeah, the cloud is actually it's pretty cool. I don't know if I can I access let's see if we can see the cloud now that it's hooked up. Yeah, see it is. Look here. Let me bring this up. I'll take the let me take the screen off for right now. But you see, connect to the cloud. Yes. Oh fuck, what is this? To connect your device. Okay, hold on a second. Let me figure this out.
You got to put your Wi-Fi password. I thought you'd already done that.
I did.
Yeah.
Enter the code above. What? To connect your device to the Headrush cloud, visit Headrush. Oh, I gotta go on the site. Okay. Let's do that. Headrush FX. Where am I doing this? Connect cloud, visit headrushfx.com, enter the code above. Okay, headrushfx.com. And where am I putting this in? Community? Support? Account? No, I have an account already. HeadrushFX.com. Enter the code above. Let's see here. Authentic pedal amp cab effects. It's authentic. I should pull out my Gibson. What's going on here? Explore Headrush pedals.
There's a
You
certain
have to
irony
register
in that.
your unit. if
Play
you have not done
authentic
so
and you're
already.
using a clone. You know.
Some people only were able to register when updating the unit's firmware. But I did update the firmware. That's exactly what we just did it before. So okay, I go to Flex Prime. Flex Prime. Where to buy? Community support, speakers. Built-in USB audio interface for recording. But they don't give you the fucking wire, eh? That still blows my mind. Getting started. Alright. I don't know where to go, Ian. See, it's not, and I'm a Headrush user, and I've done some of the other boards before. To connect your device, Headrush Cloud. Okay, hold on a second. Let's just. Oh, my phone is being used for the other camera.
Yeah. So which? What does it say on the Headrush screen? To connect to the cloud, what does it say to do?
Visit headrush.com. Well, see, because there's a QR code. So let me try the QR code. I'm sure you have loads of USB cables laying about. Yeah, no. I'm gonna. Let me just take this camera off here, this iPhone, and we'll just pause. Okay, and let me see if I take a picture of the QR code.
Mm-hmm.
Let me see this here. Camera. HeadrushFX.com brings us straight there. Now you, hey.
Yeah, that'll take you on your device that you're using.
Yeah, but
there.
it brought me to where I can. It brought me to where I could put my. No, I do not want advertising cookies. This functional cookies required. We'll just do required here. Submit preferences. All right, close. Yeah, but it had a thing where you could put your code in. Stupid thing. Why do they make things so complicated? Your email.
I mean, there must be something other than a QR code, because how are you going to do that if you're on a computer? You know.
No, you just go on the site, and I think you have to just log in. Let me just log into my actual profile.
Uh-huh.
It's boring, but some people may have the same problems. What the hell's my password? For those of you that don't know your passwords, you need to get one of these books. What the is my password?
Yeah. Because, There's nothing like leaving your passwords out for your kids when they grow up.
That's right.
Yeah. You start getting massive amounts of bills from Toys R Us, you will know why.
Yeah, don't worry about it. Those passwords are, well, okay.
Under
so
lock and
this-
key.
yeah.
Just leave it at that.
Exactly.
Do not tell people on the internet where your
No,
passwords
no,
are.
no. Those are not in the same place. So, yeah.
Sorry, Mooney, I keep doing that to you, don't I? You're never going to get that Gibson Les Paul if I keep telling
I'm sure you have to
Francis
register on the
hide his
website.
passwords.
I'm sure you have to. Yeah, I'm sure I have to register it too, man. I have all my other stuff registered. Okay, so let's say I forgot my password.
Mark Wade, hiya.
Hey, brother. So let's say I forgot my password. Enter email address below. Okay. I got the email.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Reset password. Thank you. All right, register new product. Kids are laughing at me, eh?
Sorry?
There's laughing going on there. I know his passwords. They're the same as popular yoga. Guys. Alright, so where's the serial number of this thing? Okay. MX5 he's using there, Mark. There's something not working here, Ian, eh?
I don't know.
The code, I have it here. Unless somebody took it on the stream. They did something with it. It's not working. The code you entered is not valid. So, oh, there's free space. Okay, looks like we can't get on the cloud. Fresh. Hey, Dogma, what's up?
Woof.
Oh, the code was not, it's expired. Okay. It worked.
Just in time because I'm hitting bum notes all over the place.
And we bored the shit out of everybody. Yeah, Doc, we haven't seen you in a while. I haven't seen you guys. I thought I should tell you all. Oh, shit. Are you fucking kidding? You had a heart attack 3 weeks ago.
Oh my lord.
Damn. I'm glad to hear you're doing better now. You had a stent put in. Holy crap, man.
Jeez, you need to take care of yourself, Doc.
And yet he eats healthy. Or, he used to give me shit about what I ate, man.
Yeah. That's... You look after yourself.
Oh, man.
World is a better place with you in it.
Yeah, it is. Absolutely, man. Shit, sorry to hear that, man. I'm glad you're feeling better, but yeah, you rest up. You take care of yourself, man.
We promise not to play anything too exciting.
Yeah, we're pretty boring right now, so
Yeah,
don't worry about us.
we're very
man.
dull. You're
We've been
safe
pretty
with us.
boring. You can ask anybody here right now.
Yeah.
They'll confirm it. So we can start rocking now. I got onto the cloud after all that fucking headache. I registered the product. I went on. Part of the problem was that the QR code was expired, so I had to. I went out. I came back in. It gave me a new code, and then I did it. But you got to be logged into your account to do it. Basically, it saw me logged in, and it just did it. So now that's it. So
Right, okay.
So now we could start rocking. Apparently, that's what it says over here.
Or not.
What do you mean?
We could start rocking, or we could go country and western.
Well, so there's the cloud. This is the famous cloud. Now, people could see it on my Prime video. The cloud. It's the same rigs that were there before. Basically, these are the the same people. So you got Headrush. There's 26 rigs in there. You got, and some of these rigs also have clones with them, so you can get some clones and stuff. Chop Tones is there. Chop Tones has a lot of IRs. In this version, in the Gen 2 of the Headrush, basically, there's Chop Tones. There's a lot of Chop Tone IRs and stuff. And there's also all the revolver amps and everything. That's what it has more. And it's got... They have also put more effects in, like all the Buddha amps and Buddha drives and Buddha delays and all that stuff. Stuff that you're not getting in the Gen 1, the 2.7 update, basically. Yeah, totally understand, Doc. Yeah. Every day does seem more beautiful. You gotta... a lot of times we don't appreciate what we have when we have it. We only appreciate it when we're at risk of losing it or have incidents, for sure. See, like... My father was in the hospital yesterday. He had to go for an urgent surgery. There was an emergency surgery that came out of nowhere. His actual stomach intestine got it wasn't twisted. Did I tell you what it was?
Yeah, it was herniated.
Yeah, it was hurt. Yeah, there was like I guess when he had his intestines removed from the cancer and everything, he had tissue or whatever. It's basically tissue. It wrapped around his stomach and intestine, and it just like it basically closed it up. So he was blocked, and he was in a lot of pain and stuff. Luckily, they went in on endoscopy. They were able to remove it, but yeah. Yeah, we miss you too, Doc, man.
Yeah.
So we miss a lot of the people here. There's a lot of good people here right now, man. And it's like, for sure, man.
You carry on saying stuff like that, you'll have us promising to go live more often, and then where will we be? There goes the neighborhood.
Yeah, I missed you guys, man. Like, I mean, I think a lot of us have gone through a lot of stuff in the last couple of years and everything. And it's, oh, hey, Robin. Yeah, thank you. He is feeling better, actually. When they took it out, as soon as they drained him and his stomach went back down, he was doing good. They took good care of him at the Cité de la Santé. It was fantastic. The doctors there were really, really good. It was, he's there right now, but he started eating food again and stuff. So I think he'll be out soon. He's doing really well, but thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, we miss a lot of you guys. Actually, Doc, a lot of times on Fridays we hang out. If you want to, we'll send you... You have his email address? I think I have it too, but you have his email address right, Ian?
Yes.
Yeah, we could send Doc an invite there with the Mark and Mooney and whatever. We could hang out together and just chat it up in the back, man. Are you kidding? I know about the dog. Your stepson too? I'm sorry to hear that, man.
I'm really sorry. Yeah, really sorry to hear that.
Condolences, man. My goodness, you're going through a really rough time right now, man.
But then again, next year, 2025, we will ascend, apparently, according to some sites on the internet. Let's keep our fingers crossed. Yeah, that's...
Mark and Mark, yes, Mark and Mark. Yes, both Marks. We got a lot of friends. We still have friends.
Yeah. We're not completely unpopular in them.
Yeah, Mark Tanner. Yeah, yes, that's... Yeah, that was his dog. Yeah, it happened a little while back. I remember hearing it in the streams and stuff that happened. I felt really bad for you. I lost my dog in 2016, and I'm still not recovered from that. Like, where's the picture? I have a picture of my daughter with my dog nose to nose. It's like the cutest thing. But yeah, man. Yeah. Well, maybe we'll have to go live more often and just hang out with friends and stuff. I don't know. It's good to hang out with friends. I'm just jumping in. Is that a looper on screen?
It has a looper.
Well, yes, it does.
It has a looper in it. It's the new Headrush FLEX Prime. But even the MX5, which is the older now, it's replacing the older one. That has a looper. I've just been playing with the looper whilst Francis was digging out his passwords to get onto the cloud. Yeah. And I find them really useful for doing. For songwriting stuff, fiddling out with melodies, but it's quite usable. I think you could use it live. It's not, it's not like the Headrush looper is its own thing. But it's a pretty damned good one on these.
And even the practice tool that's in the new generation, you could kind of use it like a looper because you can, on the small one, you can connect it with Dropbox. So you can have a bunch of loops that you play to in there if you use it that way. And in the bigger units, you can actually have a USB stick, just plugged into it to play and everything.
But this
So it
one's got
depends.
Bluetooth, so you can connect it to your phone and stuff
Yeah.
like that if you wanted to do that way. Yeah.
And
It's quite a
basically,
usable
when you
system.
want to access your looper, like right now we were just looking at the cloud, but for example, where I was here, we were in the rig. So I got amp, I got cab, I got reverb and whatnot. But if you want to go into your looper, you just got to hold a button. Wow, what's going on here? There you go, and now you're in your looper. So you can start, you can record, you can overloop, you can just drop in if you have a backing track that you wanna use and everything.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
it does. It has USB and
Yeah,
it
it
has
does.
Bluetooth, and it'll connect to your Wi-Fi. So if you're
Yeah.
playing in a place with Wi-Fi and you connect the machine to the Wi-Fi, you can access through that too. Apparently,
Yeah,
that's
there's a
what
lot of
what
stuff.
it's
I mean,
meant to
we're
work.
testing it now. I mean, this is
Yeah.
the first time I have this.
Literally
I had
unboxed it a couple of hours ago.
Yeah, we
so,
just opened it on this stream, basically. I was waiting to open it, and so, yeah, we're just fooling around with it. It's the first
But
look
the
that we're
the
having
actual
at it.
Headrush looper, if you've,
the
I mean,
looper
that's
is
in
amazing.
Yeah, the looper itself is actually one of the best in its class.
Oh,
isn't
yeah.
it? It's like it is really.
That, I
good.
mean, that's what, if you watch Andertons and everything, a lot of times he's using the Headrush looper when he's got the looper on the floor there.
Yeah.
And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, the actual Headrush looper also has guitar effects. So you can, not as much, I think, as the board directly like this. I don't know if you have how many, whatever, but I believe you can use guitar effects in the actual looper itself, if I'm not mistaken. But I've never touched a looper.
I don't know either. But the one thing about the looper that's on board with these systems is that they are relatively primitive in as much as you can build and layer things, but you can't switch between separate loops.
Yeah.
So you can't put two loops in and then quickly jump from one to another.
That's where the
so,
big
you know,
looper
Yeah,
units.
which
you
are
can do
the
that.
bigger ones do it a lot, But this is, I mean, as I say, for songwriting, I find what I was just doing, you just play a set of chords and then you just start fiddling with the melody over the top. If you're trying to work out melodies and stuff, I find that very very useful. But live, it would have its drawbacks on these units, but the actual looper, no such drawbacks.
Yes.
It
It just depends how much of
Yeah.
the looping tool you need for what you're doing.
has to be said that this unit here is relatively inexpensive, whereas the actual Headrush looper is in a different price bracket. They tend to, well, I don't know how much they are now, but
I don't know what the looper is. Hold on a second. Let's check it out. Let's check what it costs.
But this is about 600 US.
This was
Canadian.
$679 plus tax.
$679
basically,
Canadian.
yes.
Yeah.
But you can get the Headrush MX5, the older generation. Along McQuaid, it was going just before this came out. It was going for $550, I think, and now it's going for $499, I believe. And this has a looper in it too. It's just it doesn't have the cloning stuff and some of the newer stuff. But I mean, it all
the
depends
looper's
on your
pretty much
needs.
the
The
same,
looper's the
isn't it?
same. It
Yeah,
all
the
depends on
looper's
your
the same.
needs. Just you don't have access with Bluetooth on the older unit and stuff like that. So, thumbs up. Yeah, here we go. Let me see here. Along McQuaid. What's the looper unit going for? Headrush. See, right now, the core is $999. The MX5 is $499, like I said. The looper unit doesn't have a price.
Ah. But yeah, Robin,
that's probably they're going to
can
come out a new
load
gen, I guess.
from your computer with the MX5. You can connect it with a USB, load a WAV file, a WAV file, in with, like you say, if you'd done a track with the rhythm and backup vocals. The problem is you can't plug a microphone into these small systems. You can do that with the larger, more expensive Headrush ones. This is just for guitars.
So
But yeah,
this is what we're looking at. A dock, yeah, I know it's $499 in the US, but we're talking in Canada right now. In Canada, the unit that we're looking at, the Flex Prime right now, is this one here, and it's going for $679 Canadian. There's a 30% exchange difference between US and Canadian dollar at the moment. But yeah, basically this is the looper
Yeah.
board. I guess
And honestly,
if you can find
yeah.
it used, I mean, look at that. Ooh,
Well,
shit.
there's
$9.49 used.
250 quid in England.
Well, if you could find one at a good price, I mean, 'cause see,
yeah,
that's the thing is that this
They are pretty good units.
for
guitar, they're
looping.
pretty
If
good.
you're just looking for looping and stuff, I mean, these are phenomenal. However, I did own the Prime for a while, which is the bigger version of the unit that's in front of us here. And the Prime, its looping capacity is great because what's nice about it is instead of having to go to multi-screens like this and everything, you can have your looper on you know, well, you can activate your looper here, but you can have...
And you can plug a microphone in.
Yes,
and
you can
use
plug a mic
microphone
and a
setup as
guitar,
well, yeah.
and what you can do is you can have your looper settings on, let's say, these 4 buttons up here, and you can have your guitar settings for your effects on and off here, or different. You can have different settings. So basically, if you want to have your lead rhythm, you can do 2 per button on all the units actually.
Mm-hmm.
So it all depends. Yeah, pricing in Canada. I know you're in Quebec like me. I'm in Montreal. I'm in the North Shore of Montreal. So. But yeah, this is you know, they're good products. They're fantastic products. I you know, I'm happy with it. I can't complain. So yeah. But if you're looking for, because I know you sing and play at the same time, you may want to up to like something like this if you don't want something, because this is massive and it's big and it's very expensive. When I bought it originally about 2 years ago, I paid $17.49. Now they're on special for $13.99. But yeah, this one here is on special $9.99. The thing is you can put a mic and a guitar in this, and you have the looper in this one too, and it's just a little bigger than this one is. You know, it's like it's, you know. But it all depends what you're going to use it for. If you're just using it at home, desktop, and whatever, and you just need basic looping functions, the smaller units are good for that. So
I think Mark Tanner's just got it right. I mean, yeah, the unit we're looking at today, you can't do vocals through it.
no, not this one. No.
So you know that it's really just for guitar. But the bigger ones, the more expensive ones, obviously, and the looper itself, you can do vocals with. But if you've got a USB interface and some software, if you're just recording a backing track and you're playing, you know, like through a PA and you've got a guitar or, you know, an acoustic or whatever, then that would be fine. But it depends what you're doing with your guitars and such. You know, it depends how complex you want to be.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, they're good units. So yeah, and then if you want to just disactivate it, you just gotta see here, exit. You can go to exit, you hold it, and you're out of your looper basically, and you're back to a rig. That's what's nice with this is that you have multi-functions. Like right now we're looking at in Stomp, so you can put the, you know, the clone on and off, this clone on and off. Like you can assign whatever buttons you want. If you want to bank up a rig, these two. If you want to bank down, these two. But if you want to change your view from, right now we're in rig, we're in Stomp view. But if you want to see it in rig view, you just hold this down, and now you can put it in Stomp, rig, which is your set list. You can put your set list view if you want also, and unlock. There's also a hands-free mode you see over here. Is with the hands-free mode you can actually fix all your settings here without bending down. Now there's a software we were showing just before, but most people were complaining about the fact, there's no software editor. There's no software editor. You can do everything on the screen. They're like, but you got to bend down. No, there was always a hands-free mode on all of them. So it's ridiculous. But the thing is some people prefer having it on the screen or on a tablet, and I get that, and that's fine. I mean, it's good to be able to have the capacity of doing the same thing 10 different ways, and you can with Headrush, you know. So I mean, that's fun. Now you actually can. Mm-hmm. Send Francis a VM, Wes. Why? What's going on? Damn, yeah, we miss you too, Doc. I also want equipment that I can do real gigs with. So then, if you're going to be doing gigs with them and everything, I would suggest getting maybe just go up a notch.
Like number 13. So.
13? Yeah. Send. What do you mean? Never forgotten me, mate. We've just been out of the. If anybody wants to come up, if you guys want to, we'll send you guys the invites if you want to just chat. I mean, we're doing this for just to look over the thing. I think we've gone through pretty much all we can go through live like this. But if you guys want to just kind of chat and whatever, I mean, feel free. You know, I mean, Mark, if you want to come up, Mark and Doc and Mooney, whatever, we can send you guys some invites to come in here. This is just
Yeah.
for fun. It's not like we're doing anything serious. It's not like Headrush gives me anything free, you know. It's not like we're doing this for work. We're doing this for fun because we enjoy these products and stuff.
Yeah.
So.
I mean, I think, yeah. Robin's still talking. I mean, I think if you like to record, then you know these gadgets are useful, but they all have their purposes and their places, and you can end up running into quite a bit of investment by the time you get everything you want done.
Yeah.
For doing live stuff, then backing tracks are probably the easiest way to go, especially if you're a solo performer.
Yeah.
And a lot less expensive, because if you're already recording, then you can already create those.
Yeah.
But you know the larger unit, the one that
The Prime,
Francis
yeah.
was talking
Hold on.
about.
The Prime that I had, it was this one here. Okay, if you're going to be a performing with ever, this is huge. It is massive. It is heavy, but it is fantastic. I mean, because you have so many buttons and you can set them up exactly how you want.
And you can put your mic through it and your guitar through it. At the
Mic
same
and
time.
guitar, and what I really enjoyed with the practice tool that I saw the potential of it to be, because the looper in these units, you're limited to 5 loops. You can swap them out in and out, but you're limited, I believe, to 5 loops if I'm not mistaken, or the old one was, anyways.
Yes, I think you
Now,
are. Yeah.
what I liked about this unit is that I put all my backing tracks and stuff in this USB stick. On the big unit like this, you can actually just plug your USB stick. Yes, you can do it with Dropbox, but if you're a person like me that's afraid and you want to have all in your hand and not have to rely on everything else and just plug this in, then you can have all the songs, all your backing tracks that you want, and play to it. Because you also have Antares in the bigger units, so you have vocal. Not that I'm condoning, vocal tuning and everything, but you can, as a little backup, a little bit of confidence sometimes for stage and stuff,
Which we never do as singers ever, because it's wrong. Sorry, I have to say that.
I know you have your things with it, but I mean, what it is cool. There's a lot of effects in here. There's a lot of cool things for the vocals in there. So you can actually split rig, and you can have 7. It basically splits, and
Yeah,
you
you
have.
need reverb for vocal.
Of course,
All you ever need.
Well, yeah, you can put a lot of reverb in there. You got 7 blocks that you can put if you want, Yeah. Got to cook, then sleep. Got to take bro to airport. Okay. Yeah, no problem.
Yeah,
Don't
we'll
worry
send
about
you
it.
a link, Doc. You pop in and have a chat. It'd be great to see you.
Next Friday, yeah, no problem. Don't worry about it. We'll hang out next Friday. I'm sure, I hope, knock on wood, that nobody's sick at that time, that I don't have to run to the hospital like I did yesterday. But if everything's good, yeah, we should be there, man. We hang out on the Fridays. We'll send Doc. Don't worry, Mooney. We'll send it to him. Ian's a bloody prima donna.
I am, a complete prima donna.
Yeah. You love there's a lot of reverbs in here, yeah. Mm-hmm. There are a lot of reverbs, I have to admit. I mean, here, look. If we look at the here, let me just take this off. If we look at the screen here, if I just go here, for example, and we go into reverbs, I mean, each one of these reverbs has different things to it. So I mean, you got shimmer, party verb. If I go in here, you see you got your arena, your big theater, your bright hall. So all these reverbs are in that one section, but each different reverb has all these things. And then when you go in there, you have presets that you can use and stuff. But they are, and if you want to delete what you put in there, you just drag it down to the bottom and everything. It's very easy to use, this thing, I mean, I think that's the one thing that I love about Headrush, and it doesn't matter which unit you decide to go with, is the user interface it's just easy to use. Mm-hmm. Just using it here, it's like an iPhone. It's just so stupid easy to use. I mean, I like the interface. You're a reverb glutton. You have many reverb. I got many reverb pedals too. I have a whole bunch of Strymon pedals down here and stuff too. I'm crazy when it comes to all these pedals. But to be honest, like what Marshall was saying earlier and everything, it's nice, the simplicity of just having one pedal that has everything in it. Mm-hmm. And it's nice to look at it the way Ian looks at it. It's like, I'm going into the music shop today. What do I want to pull out? Which amp do I want to pull out? What pedals do I want to pull out today? I like the idea of that because, sometimes you sit down. Okay, let's play some guitar, and okay, let's mess around. Let's try and let's see what we got in here. So it's kind of cool.
And ultimately, I always end up going back to the same things. I use the same rigs for both. I've got a bass rig and I've got a guitar rig, and I do have other rigs that I sometimes record with. But you find yourself trying things out, and one of the surprising things is that I never thought of myself as ever really being a person that played Marshalls, because I'm not an overdriven guitar kind. I'm very clean, and yet I really do like. For lead work, especially the JCM 800 in here is
I like
is
it
great,
for rhythm.
you know.
I never thought
Yeah.
I would. I mean, you know me. I'm a Fender guy.
Yeah, it's a
I always played a
I'm more
Fender
of a-
amp,
yeah.
you know. But I really, my amp of choice in the Headrush units is the JCM 800. I really like that. Yeah.
Yeah. So you find things that you just wouldn't ordinarily think of, which is
Yeah.
what I like. And then you can play. I mean, it's a toy at that point. It's a great
Well-
little toy, and you can that thing about going into a guitar shop is like. It's something I used to love doing was going in and annoying the salespeople by just plugging into everything and seeing what everything sounded like. And here you don't have to annoy anybody, and
No.
you've got the same kind of level of there's so many things to choose from. It's a bit like you can't see the wood for the trees, but
It's exactly
it's,
that.
it's a fun piece of kit, and it's usable. They produce good sounds. It's easy to use. And the interface is simple, which I think really helps. But,
Yeah, it's exactly that. And the thing is that for 26 years, I mean, before all these types of units came out, for 26 years, I was using the Hot Rod. Well, this is the Blues Junior, the Hot Rod series, but I used the Hot Rod Deluxe for 26 years, and that was my sound. And I had a couple pedals in front, a chorus, a delay, and my SD1, basically, And for me, it was always that. And then certain guitars sound fantastic through that type of rig, and some guitars maybe not as much. But you wonder, you're like, oh, I don't like that guitar. It's maybe not the guitar. It's because that rig is not made for that guitar, and it's hard to know when you can't afford more than that. I've always had the same amp for 26 years. It's not like I could afford to have 20 amps. And units like this actually teach you what amp sounds you like, whatever. And it's also taught, how different pickups respond to different amps, to different pedals, and the different guitars and what I like. And it's like a lot of the things that I thought I preferred, Fender cleans, and I also thought I preferred single coils, which I do love that, don't get me wrong. But more and more, I'm into I'm into humbuckers and guitars like this that I never thought I would, be in love with this, and I am, and I'm into Marshall amps and stuff like that right now. And had I not had a unit like this, I would have never known that, because I couldn't afford to buy a Marshall stack and the Fender and a this and a that. I would never have that, But units like that, that's what they're good for, I think. But I think what Mark was saying, I mean, there is a lot of software too you can use, and you can use computers. My worry with that though is if something goes down or whatever. That's why I kind of like these units, because you're independent of computer. Also, when you're working on computer, this is just my opinion. I know if you have a mega powerful computer, it's not an issue. But if you don't, it's nice to have these units because your computer's not doing all the processing. Especially if you're streaming, for example. If you're streaming, my computer is not, it's no sweat, nothing. Because this is what's handling all the effects of the guitar and everything. So my computer doesn't have to sweat on that, basically.
Whereas mine's old, and therefore, if I put too much
sweats no matter
processing
what.
in it, even recording can be a problem.
Yeah.
So it's nice to have something I don't have to worry about that.
Now, I saw further up here that Doc said his guitar was ready. His new 11G guitar almost done.
Wow.
After the second refinish. He had gotten that Gibson double cut.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and he had it finished, refinished and everything. Cost him a pretty penny. Guy fucked it all up. And it was terrible, and you had to have it refinished and everything. And, I did hear something that you got a Tweed Bassman rebuilt too. You got yourself a nice bit of kit there, man. Yeah.
Oh.
So how's the guitar playing? I got the Gibson Custom Shop 1998 Double Cut Pro. It had guy messed it all up. Yeah, that's exactly. Yeah. Happy. Many folks here are happy to get you set up. We need to ask Rob. Yeah, that's right. Even if you just want with software, Mark, any one of us, I mean, we're willing to help. We're always. That's what it was, Agreed to. Nice to have redundancy. Many folks here are happy. What happened? I don't have many scenes, presets, or rigs. Each time I do a song is a different. Well, the Tremor Bear, that's exactly how we do it. Well, a lot of times. I mean, we've turned to having a standard rig now because we're using it a lot. Like
yeah,
that.
I mean,
But
for me,
every
that's
song,
just me. But when I'm working with other guys, you tend to change it as needed.
yeah,
When I'm doing my own stuff, well, you know, I've just got the rigs that I use. But, you know, stuff that I was recently doing stuff and you thought, well, okay, I got to use a fuzz pedal on this. And I never use fuzz pedals. And, you know, the fuzz pedal doesn't play well with the rig I've got. So I just made a new rig that it did play well with.
Yeah.
You know, so, and that, you know, so it's nice and easy in that respect for me. It's like I've never had that capacity before, and now I do, you know.
Yeah. If I turn on my MX5 and I go through my rigs, if you go through my content on my channel and you check all the songs I've done in the past, you will find in my rigs the names of all those songs and all the collaborations I've done, like with Mark Wade and Mark Tanner, the one that we just did recently. I have a rig for each one of those songs. I do that all the time. You're already helping. I'm here in the stream learning about devices. Yeah, well, great. We're glad we could help you. I mean, that's the whole point, you know. Community
It's
helps
not the
each other.
dark arts. We're supposed to share it.
Exactly, you know, and that's the fun part is sharing everything. Quentin James, I know he's using the Headrush. I saw he got Zach is saying that Quentin James got an MX5.
All right. Yes.
I remember
Yeah.
I was in his stream when he did his unboxing of his MX5. He finally came to the dark side, and he was getting some freaking killer sounds out of that too. I saw that. I was like, holy crap!
Yeah.
There's a lot of people in this community that are using the MX5.
Yeah, I think it is down. That is really down to the interface more than anything. Because, like
Yeah.
you said, you know, all of these devices create sounds that are usable, and you know, mostly they're all creating sounds that are very similar in lots of respects. I mean, can anybody really tell a Kemper from from a Headrush?
Come
You
on,
can't
seriously.
tell. You know, when you're listening to it in a mix, you can't tell at all.
No.
But the Headrush is
It's the user
it's just the
interface.
interface makes it so user friendly.
Yeah.
There's very little menu diving, and you know, you want to move a pedal around, you just drag it to
Yeah,
a new
I mean, see,
position,
look
and
over
it's
here.
so
If you
simple.
want to put the reverb, let's say, in front of your your distortion, you just drag and drop it.
Yeah.
You just put it.
And if
down
you've got
over
to put a
here.
gap between, the other thing that's good about this, you put a gap between your speaker and your amp.
Yeah, right
then
here.
The middle
Like this.
sections become your effects loop.
This is your
Effectively,
effects
they get
loop.
treated like an effects loop.
So if you want your reverb
So
in there,
it's really
boom.
easy.
That's it.
Yeah.
It's really easy. That's the beauty of this. Initially, I still have a big pedal board, but I mean, I have both now. But with the big pedal boards, I was trying. Oh, I want to hear the chorus before this, and I want to hear it behind that, and everything. And you got all these wires and all the Velcro and everything, and it's a pain in the ass to move it in front and back and everything. I just got sick of it. So I love units like this for that purpose. The pedal board. It's just because I like fooling around with stuff and testing stuff out. But I mean, honestly, the convenience of units like this it far outweighs anything. And to be honest, does this sound a little better? It depends on your taste. It depends on the person. I think it's reached a point now that they sound really freaking good. All the units. When I was younger, I remember when I was a teen or when I was in my 20s and everything, and the multi-effects units sounded like a tin can. They were terrible. They were terrible. The idea behind it was good, but they
25
sounded
years
terrible.
ago, so you know, it's like
Exactly.
everything gets better.
And now all the units sound good. I mean, people today are so lucky because you have it's the golden age, really. You can get a guitar for like a couple $100, a Squire or an Epiphone or whatever, and it feels and sounds pretty damn decent. And you get a unit like this, and holy crap, you're set. You know,
Yeah.
when at the time that you buy one guitar for 3 times the price of what I just said for a whole rig, and it was trash. You know, and now it's not the case. Yeah, they are all great, Moon. I mean, you had the Hot Tone Ampero. That was fantastic too. It sounded really good too. A lot of these units, what's impressive with them is that they actually respond like an amp. Like, you know, you bring up your gain or your volume on your pickup, and it gets dirty, and you bring it back. And the old units, the way old units, they didn't do that. They weren't as good, you know. But the modeling / cloning, and especially now, I really like the cloning technology in that Headrush came out with. It's just a notch above right now the competition. I'm sure everybody's going to get there, but instead of having one clone and it mimicking the things, you can have multi-clones in it. So as you're bringing up the gain, it's just a snapshot of each, which makes it really nice, basically. So, but I mean, they just always improve these things. To what end? They already sound fantastic. What more do you need, you know?
Marshall's saying, still says the first version of the pod sounds amazing. And it's like, again, stick it in a mix. I wouldn't be able to tell you
in a
whether it
mix,
was that or
yeah.
anything else. You know,
Yeah.
I really wouldn't. It's,
I had the Pod XT Live, which was basically that first generation as well, or for way back when. And it did sound good. The one thing I didn't like about it was the menu diving. Now, I think the Pod wasn't so bad, the original Pod, because it was all on the face for the most part. But the XT Live that I had, it was menus and menus and menus. And I remember I spent hours and hours and hours, and I ripped my hair out. And it's like, you know.
Rockman for the
that's
win.
it.
I remember those when they first came out.
The which one?
The Rockman. But you couldn't,
Okay.
you didn't have IRs or anything like that. So it just sounded like the amp without a cab. Maybe that was
Yeah.
me. Maybe, you know. The other thing is, back in those days, you know, let's face it, we all get better as we play. And we all get better at setting things up as we practice more at it. And you've got to work to get your own tone. You know, so it's one of the bugbears I have.
Yeah.
We're always talking about this. You see loads of people out there going, sound just like, you know, I mean, it's like, and I'm interested to sound like my favourite guitarist just on the basis, but that's not my tone. That's not me, you know. I don't care if Gary Moore sounds like an angel when he's playing in my ears, but I don't want to sound like Gary Moore. You know, I want to sound like me, you know.
There might be a guy who can tell someone used the pod on a modern recording, or even... No, I've seen people use pods on modern record. You can get it to sound good, too. The only thing I would say, which would be cool, is to be able to use an IR with the pod, and I'm sure that makes all the difference, because the modeling was actually pretty good. The main difference that we've noticed anyways, most of the time, is the cab, which in real life is the same thing.
Yeah.
Each cab changes the sound tremendously, more than anything else. I think it's the cab that makes more of the sound difference.
Yeah,
the
cab
speakers
and the
in
mic.
it.
Yeah, the cab
the
and the
mics.
mic that you... So on which... One of the things is when you're using IRs, you're stuck with whatever mic they use to make the IR with. But when you're using the amps inside the Headrush, you can actually choose from a selection of the most... You know,
It's the same thing with the Fender... Tone Master and all
they
them,
change it a lot. You switch over, you know, SM57 or a, you know, sort of you know, or condenser or dynamic. It really makes quite a big difference.
Okay. That's a good point, what the dog boss says, and that is correct. For better or for worse, I always sound like me, no matter what I use.
Yeah,
and that's
exactly.
correct. Now, a lot of people tone chase other people's sounds, but the fact of the matter is you got to get your own sound. I mean, that's the way I feel about it. I mean, people do whatever they want, but I prefer sounding like me, and I always do sound like me, like you say, because no matter what unit I use, I'm chasing my sound. So I'm trying. How do I get my sound out of this, basically? And you're right, and that's the way it is. You know, unless you're doing a cover and you want to, have that specific sound. I get that, but in general, to have your own sound and being unique, like Ian, you just heard him play a couple of loops before. Well, that's Ian's sound. And he's using the IRs that he likes the sound of with the particular amp he's using. Just like I'm using different IRs and whatever. So it's kind of like you selected your cab, you select your amp. It's like the old days. It's just in technology format, basically. And it's mainly more about convenience more than anything else when you really think about it. That's what it is, The original pod still had different cabs, just required user to push 2 buttons to change them. Yeah, I guess, when you really look at it, it is the pod that was the that started all this. Because, I remember when the pod came out, it was fantastic.
It was a game changer, yeah.
It was. That was the game changer, because that's what started it all, basically. Yes, like Mooney was saying, there was the 505 and stuff like that, but those units, they were nowhere near, the level of that. The pod was the first of its kind, and basically everything today is basically modeled after those types of units and everything. But yeah, what's this? 2 buttons. Oh, yeah, 12 different cabs. Yeah. What's Robin saying? One thing kind of threw me off last week was when I accepted an invitation to go to a band practice. When I got there, the sound settings were so different. Yes. That and like what Marshall was saying about push of a button, he's got a sound. When you're using units like this, you're bringing your sound with you, basically. So you just have to go through like a flat response speaker or through the PA system, and you have your sound, you know. So
Yeah.
in that sense,
So any
I
difference
understand.
then is really in the room environment.
Yeah,
You know, or whatever PA you're using. Well, you know, that will change the sound of it to a certain extent too. But I mean, I did this once. I plugged my MX into my Electro Voice Q1212 vocal PA, and it's, you know, I've got these huge, great PV monitors, which are, you know, they're relatively good. They're, you know, good. Well, I wasn't able to turn it up at all,
Yeah.
because it would simply have shattered the glass. But it sounded like I'd got a huge stack of you know, it sounded like I was on a big stage with massive amps, and I'm there with this tiny little unit just plugged into the PA. It's actually,
Yeah.
they, you know, it works. They work in that respect. You keep things consistent
yeah,
for you. But you know, sometimes when you go to a band practice and somebody says, "Oh, you just use that amp over there," and you just plug straight in, you just work with what you've got, don't you? I mean, you just sort of,
that's
the
how I
way you
used to do it. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I can't remember ever being truly happy with someone else's settings.
No.
But you just, you know, but with this, you don't have to just live with it. You can take it with you.
Yeah.
You know.
What? I still use the old thing for band rehearsals. So you're talking about the pod, eh?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. This new Headrush is really cool, very affordable. Yeah, it is affordable. That's the thing.
Yeah.
When I bought the Prime, it was just to have the next gen to see, and at the same time, it was the most I've ever spent on a unit, and I was like so guilty. It's like, no, I would never. It's too expensive. But I know the Fender Tone Master is also in the price ranges, or very expensive also. It's and that's why I couldn't justify getting it. I do think it sounds good and it's a nice unit. I like the form factor also, but I can't justify spending that kind
Yeah.
of money.
I figured that, to answer, Marshall's just said there, huge bummer about using live is that you're at the whim of the house engineer. That's why you always take a mate with you, so he can threaten him. So
Yeah.
you just choose your biggest
Ask you
mate.
how you know. Well, I'm sure it's happened to you
Yeah,
at some of your
I'm
live
pretty sure.
shows, Marshall. I'm pretty sure you've had that happen a
Yeah.
few times. Yeah. Yeah. Nice EQ, bit of verb. Like, yeah, that's right. You know. The Headrush cab is cool. Yeah, I know you have a cab you were using with your Mezza Boogie box and everything. I got two Headrush speakers here, and they are good. The only thing is over here, most of the time I'm playing late at night, so I can't turn these speakers on. They're way too loud. I'm using headphones more often than not. I mean, my reality is people sleep upstairs. I got neighbors and stuff, so I play through headphones. You know.
Yeah, and I think Robin's sitting there. When you're using a mic, that's something which is different with guitars. I mean, I'm a singer first and a guitarist sort of way down the line, really. But
Yeah.
but with each voice is unique to the singer and needs to be EQ'd uniquely
Yeah.
for that singer. And God alone knows the number of times I've turned up at places when there's been a mic there, and it's like, no, I need to have access to the EQ. I need to have access to the reverb, because otherwise, I'm just going to be spitting all blood all the way through the rehearsal, the performance. So yes, ask me how many jobs I failed to get because I was like that. But you've got to have some sense of who you are and what you want. It's not wrong to demand that your preferences get taken into account. You know. So.
In that case, what you're saying, Robin, if you were looking at a Headrush unit,
Yeah.
I would say don't get the small one. I would opt for the one that's just one step above it. The
Yeah,
core, the core is not too big. You got 5 buttons, and you can put a mic and a guitar in. And I think for you to perform, to have your vocal sound and your guitar sound and whatever, I think that probably would be a better option for you. I mean, this big unit does it too, but it's a massive unit, and it's pretty pricey and everything. And
But
I mean, even
the other
units like
ones-
the Quad Cortex can do it, and I think the
Yeah.
Fender also has a mic input. But price-wise and everything, I think one of the better priced ones is the Headrush. And like, I think, to be able to have it easy to carry around and everything, personally, I think just stepping up to this unit here, which is just a little step above, you can do everything. Because if you look at it, you can plug your mic. There's your mic input there. You have a volume knob here for your mic volume. That's for your output and everything. I mean, you have a lot of ins and outs, which are great, especially if you're going to play. You got MIDI ins and outs. You got your XLR outs. You can send to front of house. You got your left and rights. You can have monitors on the side just for yourself so that you can listen if you bring a monitor or whatever. I mean, I don't know how you want to set up, or if you have in-ears or whatever. There's a lot of things you can do with this. You have a lot of inputs and outputs. And see over here, as I said, there's a USB. So with the practice tool, if you want to put backing tracks, you can do it online with the Wi-Fi or with a phone or whatever, like with the Dropbox. But if you keep all your backing tracks on a stick, you could just put it in the USB-A, and you got everything right there. So you can use the practice tool like a performance tool as well sometimes, if that's the case, So I don't know. The small unit would not be better for you. If you're using it for vocals as well, you step up to a unit like this, or you'd be better off with that. It's just a little bit bigger, actually. It's got, and this one has a 7.5-inch screen, so it makes it nicer also if you want to just do on this. But with the new update that came in the small unit, it's got the same update, this one, so you can use it with a tablet or a phone or a computer, the same way that we were doing here,
and all the
basically.
effects and amps are there.
It's all
the
there,
same as
exactly.
that. Yeah, it's the same it's the same basic software, isn't it? For the
It's
version
the
4 software.
where was it here? Where do we have the? No, we don't have it here, eh? No. I guess I closed the software or whatever. But anyways, but yeah, I mean you can access the software online basically and just do it. Tomaster Pro has BT. I can hook up my phone and play along. Backing tracks, easy to mix. Does new Headrush have BT? What's BT connection? What's BT?
BT.
Bluetooth. Is that what
Yes,
you're saying?
it does. Yeah,
Bluetooth.
Yes, it does have.
Yes,
Bluetooth.
you have Bluetooth with the Headrush. You have Wi-Fi. You can use Wi-Fi. You can use Bluetooth. Yes, actually, that'd be cool to try a backing track to see if because I think I did it with the Prime when I had it, but I think because you saw with the little Joyo amp I was doing it right. I can send the song. I gotta see if I can send the song through Bluetooth to this thing and just jam with it like that. Yeah, okay, fine. Yeah, okay. Everybody Bluetooth. Yeah, okay.
See, I'm thinking British Telecom. But that's just me.
Yeah. But these units, I mean, for what this is, especially for someone who's a singer. See, Aaron Short was here before. If you check his channel, you could see he's done a couple of videos on it. He's finally came to the dark side Headrush. He used to bash Headrush all the time.
That dark side.
No, he did. Now, well, to a lot of the people,
and truth and
I believe that, you believe that, but a lot of people thought it was the dark side.
We are the angels.
Because don't forget, every time, he was bashing Headrush all the time.
Helix that's the dark.
But he got himself a core, and he's a singer and a performer and everything. So for him, it makes sense, to have one unit so that you have your vocals and your guitar going in and everything. But so yeah. I mean, there's a lot of people that if you're using it for that, that's definitely the tool, for that purpose. They say I sound good when I'm singing, but sound is so different than what I'm used to my comfort zone. Yeah. No, you are the dark side. Aaron.
Oh, there you go.
You are my father. Yeah, there you go.
No, I mean, I know I saw what Wes was saying, that he can tell a difference between, like the Fractal's got something. I honestly can't. And maybe that's my age. Maybe my ears are just giving out on me eventually, but, finally. But I honestly cannot tell. It's like, and I've played with those things, and it's like, I honestly cannot tell that, to me, that's one of the reasons why I got the MX5. It was very much less expensive, and yet to me it gives me the sounds that I want. I get the sounds I want out of it.
Well, I mean, I gotta say, everyone, if people want to actually hear what it sounds like, any one of your songs, your bass track, your guitar tracks, it's all done with the MX5, and it sounds fantastic, So yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
it hasn't replaced
it
my
is.
TL.
It is pretty darn. When you think I've just got one tiny, well, it's not tiny, but it's fairly tiny, on the floor, and all I have to do is, for the bass, I'm, sort of like, I'm right there, the same thing. I don't have to change amps. So take me off the full screen. That's not good. Yeah, but yeah, and it's all one small box.
Yeah, it's cool, man. It is cool what you can do with these things. I mean, imagine seeing something like this, of this caliber, 20 years ago. Would we not have freaked out?
Yeah.
You know, especially with the quality of sound that they have today. I mean, you know. But see, what Aaron says, it hasn't replaced this TC-VL3X, but he says maybe with some updates it could, and it does do some things better, to be fair. I mean, so yeah, I mean, you know, they keep upgrading and stuff for sure. But yeah, I get it. The TC-VL3 does sound fantastic, and I've heard some of your performances and stuff with that, and you do sound fantastic with that.
Sorry.
Yeah. And Mooney says it's because your ears are knackered, Ian.
Yeah, maybe it is because my ears are knackered. Yeah, that could be right. Yeah.
Sounds like you need control of what you hear, and then have some front of house.
Front of house, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think if you go into a band practice and you're going through their PA, they shouldn't mind you fiddling with the EQ and the reverb settings just a little bit. You know, it's like it's no skin off anyone's nose if you turn a knob, is it? You know.
Yeah, imagine seeing an iPhone 20 years ago. Yeah, well, yeah, that's like Magic Box. Look at that, you know. I mean, just think about, you know, we always said, oh, imagine one day we're gonna be able to talk to each other like whatever, and it's like, yeah, FaceTime.
Oh, you mean like they did in Blade Runner?
Yeah, exactly.
You know, where he had to sit down at home and press a button on the wall. And now we just carry it around in our pocket.
Yeah.
You know, it's like,
I mean, I just talked to my sister this morning, and my sister's in Spain, and I see her. You know, it's like, wow, it's amazing. You know, what are you gonna do? Mm-hmm. It's cool, for sure.
Yeah.
The Tone X Mooney does sound good. Technology. See, that's, you know, we were saying a lot of times we're saying there's technology. There's a lot of bad things that come with technology, but there's a lot of good things too. When you look at stuff like this, you know. And I was saying at the hospital with my father, when you think about it, they went in there. All they had to do was an endoscopy. 3 little holes.
Yeah.
Back in the day, they used to have to cut you open and everything. It was such a huge thing. 3 little freaking holes, and that's it. It's done. It's like it's that's technology. You know, there's a lot of good that comes with the advances in technology.
Yeah, we might complain about the world, but it has improved.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, but I remember the 70s, 3-day weeks, you know, rolling power cuts, gruel for breakfast.
Yeah.
It was, yeah.
Yeah. Beam me up, Scotty. That's right.
You see, no, that's just a murder. That's just a murder technology. That's not me. That's coming out the other end of the. That's a
photocopy of you.
Yeah, no, that's wrong.
It's a clone.
What happens to the spirit and the soul?
Oh, wait a
Surely
second.
that can't go.
Is it a clone or is it a super clone?
It's I don't know. It's just a murder device, the transporter.
Yeah.
Which, you know, anybody who's really into Star Trek canon knows that that the whole crew of the original Enterprise had problems because they used the transporter. You know, they almost all died because of it. Yeah. Look at what happened to Hoshi.
Relationships take on you. The
Cylons will take over.
Yeah.
They already have.
Now, there's one thing that
Although
we
if
didn't
the Cylons look like Trisha Helfin, maybe that's not such... No, don't go there. Let's not even go there. I'll get into trouble if my wife sees this.
The only thing we didn't go over now, which we're not going to do now anyways, is the Revolver software that you get with this, that you get for free, you get access and everything. That's where you make your super clones, because with these small units, you can't actually clone with the unit. With the bigger units, you can actually do your cloning right on the machine. With
can
this
you
one,
use the software for that to do?
Yes.
You can get the software to do it with the smaller
yes,
unit, can't you?
it's kind of like the Tone X, where you have to have like an auxiliary box. Basically, you would do a clone. If you want to make a clone with this small one, you're going to use your sound, your interface.
And that is how much the software is like $200 bucks.
If you were
or
to buy
something,
it,
isn't
it's like 200. Yeah,
but is it?
It comes free
if you
with
buy,
this.
So you can get it free if you've got that.
Well, the
the
thing is
little
this.
unit.
The thing is
Right,
this.
okay.
It's free if you get this, and you can download it with the other two units as well. It didn't come with it at first, but the update includes it.
But it's free if you buy the unit.
Yes.
But if you don't,
buy the unit and you want the software, you can buy the software
you can
apart.
buy the software. Okay, right. So at least they are giving it away free to their customers, right? Okay.
Now, like what Mooney was saying, he's using the Tone X software and everything. There's a lot of cool clones on there too. Everything is good. It all depends what you want. Like in Robin's case, she wants to go and jam with it and everything. She's got a band she's gonna go play with, so she needs to take her sounds with her basically, and that's where a device like this is probably better for performance, I would say.
Yeah.
They'll have no problem letting me figure it out. Really nice. Yeah, I would say, can you make super clones on the core? You should be able to, because but you still have to use the software to a certain extent, because the Revolver software, which you get
with version 4 you can. Yeah.
exactly.
You can,
because the thing is that you can play the super clones on there, but the thing is you need it because when you're doing it on the software, your clones. To build your super clone, you can make your clones on your core, but the super clone you have to go into the software, because what you're doing is you're putting all your clones together. I seen it on one of the videos and everything. I think it was the Studio Rats were showing how to put the super clone together and everything. And basically you're uploading, let's say 6 or 7 clones to make your super clone basically. So you have to do it in the software, put it together, and then you just bring it into your
So the cores, I mean, because they've been out for a couple of years now, haven't they?
The core's been out for, I think, the Prime was out for over 2 years, and I think the core's been out for about a year now. I think,
Right, yeah. So on the second-hand market, what are they going for these days?
I'm not sure.
Because
I think Mooney was saying he had seen one for 500 quid, so that's probably
right.
It's 500 quid is not far from
not
1,000
far off.
Canadian, so it's not far from the special
cost
price.
you $1,000 Canadian to get a core.
That's right.
So having something that you can take with you and plug in comes at a cost, obviously, and you have to work out whether or not that's doable. But if you can pick one up at second hand,
that is used.
If someone's upgraded to the big boy, the 1700 or whatever, they're 1300 now, aren't they? So they're not. So I mean, you can probably look around. They do tend to drop the prices on all the rest of the stuff. Tends to drop when they bring out new stuff, but I'm not sure whether it will do that with the smaller unit, because this is more the budget end of their market.
I'm sure it will at some point, but not for a while. Because look, when the MX5 came out, when did you buy it? It came out when you bought it, right?
I've had this for what 3 years now. Is it 3 years or is it 4 years? It's coming up on 4 years.
Is it that long?
It's next year. Next April it'll be 4 years.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's not. Yeah, and it was the same price essentially as the new one is.
When
now,
the MX5 came out, it was the same price as what the Flex Prime is.
Yeah. So
however,
the
the other units are more expensive right now. But the thing is when they first came out, were they at price? I don't know. When I bought my gig board, this was in 2019. I paid $8.99. They just went down in price to $7.99, which is not that much less.
Yeah.
And the thing is that the core came out at $1,100. So there was a premium on the price of the core versus the gig board, because the core is basically the replacement of the gig board.
Yeah.
So what is he saying here? Wow, you guys pay double. We pay double. We don't pay double, but the exchange rate. That's what it comes to about. The Flex has replaced my MX5. This Flex has...
it is. Yeah, it has replaced it as the entry-level model.
Yes,
but I mean, the
exactly.
MX5 hasn't been upgraded since 2.7 of the... I mean, it's been on the back burner. It's not really been in their main push. Although we've gone through quite a few of the things that the new Flex can do that this couldn't, and to me, it's not worth me updating to the Flex. It's just not. I'm not going to get enough out of that to make it worthwhile. Me having to, why would I do that? But I agree. Yeah, I agree with Mike Tanner there. For a vocalist, look at Roland and the stuff that they do. It's like that can give you the same kind of, and you can do things at different price points. That's the whole point. So you don't have to go out and spend $1,000.
Oh, no, exactly.
You can, I mean, yes, it's a nice system and it works well and it does all of this, but $1,000 is still a lot of money.
Oh, it's a lot of money. It is a lot of money. For sure, it's a lot of money. I agree with you, Mooney. Aaron's saying, why is it called a Flex Prime? I don't know. I got to be honest with you.
No idea.
I think they called it that because people look up stuff, and because it's close to other stuff, they'll find it. Because when I looked up Flex Prime, I saw Prime, obviously, from Amazon, but they have a thing called Flex Prime, and I think it's like a driver service that they have. So I think if a lot of people are going to be looking up this Flex Prime for Amazon, they might come across this. Is that what it is? I don't know. Is it a game on the words? I think it might
It's
be.
a marketing strategy.
It might be a marketing
Because
strategy.
we're thinking, oh, it's flexible and it's prime quality, which I'm guessing is what they would tell you, but what they mean is it's all a marketing drive. But hey, they got to make
I
money.
think that's
They're
what
a
it is.
company.
But I like Mooney. Like they should have called it the MX Prime. The MX Prime. I think that's it.
Yeah, but you might find that, like, one reason the MX5, I mean, Mooney made this joke earlier, the Mazda MX5.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah.
But then again, people look up for a car,
Exactly,
they might
and-
find this too. I think it's marketing, but
And
I don't
let's
think
face
this.
it. Yeah, if you're looking at a Mazda MX5, the likelihood is that you're a bloke and you're probably playing guitar as well. So that could be the way
Yeah,
they're
maybe,
thinking.
maybe.
So like, we live in a very backward world when it comes to marketing strategy. He said, not knowing anything about marketing strategy, apart from having read
Optimus
Bernays.
Prime. Optimus Prime. Yeah. That's when the Prime first came out. That's I'm sure that's what everybody had in their heads. That's what I was thinking. Actually, when I did my first video, I think it was the unboxing of the Prime there. I had done that video where I'm like, bye bye MX5, hello Prime. It was like I had put in the thing Prime Day because I think it was actually pretty close to Prime Day for Amazon. Also, I'm like Prime Day, just got my Prime or something, whatever. New York Prime, eating one now. Oh, that sounds good. Nice steak. The next gen will be called the UPS Prime. Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
Oh man.
I don't know. Why don't they just call them Taylor Swifts and be done with it? Then everybody will see it.
Everybody's searching that, eh?
Yeah, that's right. My daughters will be coming to me and saying, "Oh, what's this thing I want? I want one of those." Yep, they should have called it Barry.
Where are you seeing that?
That's
Oh, it's
Wes
coming.
again. Yeah,
Okay. No,
Yep.
because you see the chat quicker. I see because you're
the
looking
Barry
actually more.
flatulence. That's what it needs to be called, and then everybody would love it because we all like a good bit of flatulence.
UPS lost in transit, more likely. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh man. Swift Prime UPS.
Yeah.
Yeah, just keep adding words to it. That's
Yeah,
it.
just-
Get some advertising on there. Yeah. Well, I don't know if any of you guys think whatever, but I like it. It's cool. But I mean, like we said, you can get good sound out of a lot of different types of units. Is it worth it? It is. If you have no other unit and you're looking to get one, I think it kind of is. But it depends on your needs, The MX5, the old version, is it okay? It's okay too, I think, There's nothing wrong with it. It depends what you want. I mean, if you want all these extra little, bells and whistles to play around with and whatever, but you can get good sound out of that. Just like Marshall was saying, you can get good sound even out of an old pod for that matter. I mean, you can get sound out of anything. It all depends your needs. It depends what you prefer and what you like. I think it's more user interface, You can get good sound out of a lot of things. It's just dependent on your needs and the user interface you're willing to.
See,
use.
they missed a point. They should have called it Netflix.
Netflix, yeah. Yeah. They would have got a lot of views yesterday there when everybody was going on Netflix to see the boxing.
Yeah.
This is my young cousin using the role, and you'll get claimed if you play it, Francis. So you do. So up to you. I don't care, man. What claim? I mean, what money am I gonna make here? Yeah, I'm not in. Hold on a second. Let's copy this link. Copy. Let's get another screen open here. Vocal harmony with boss roll and loop station.
Mhm.
Is your cousin?
Yeah, the boss
Yeah.
boss loop stations are pretty good. So
Oh wow, great voice. Okay, here, hold on a second. Oh, you know what? I didn't share like that, but I can just share it like this because we did it on my mixer, right? Where we get the
you
sound
can.
coming out. I just got to put this up.
Yeah,
You might echo though.
I'll mute.
Yeah, because you're gonna echo right now. But yeah, here I can play it like this straight from my mixer. Tell me if it's too loud.
that's phenomenal.
Yeah, that was fantastic, man. Holy crap!
I love the
can't
way
believe
that
the
she's
range,
got
man,
the
that she
family
has.
hairstyle too. That's
It's true. Eh?
yeah.
The
No,
range.
that's incredible. Good.
Who
Yeah.
is it, Aaron? It's Mark Tanner's
Cousin.
cousin, yeah. What's that link that you put in there? Even Doc said that he doesn't normally hear those ranges. He heard it.
Yeah.
Just give her a sub. Cool, man. Definitely very talented. Is this the Flex Prime? It made Francis sound completely different. Yes, yes. It's an excellent tool. Fantastic, actually, yeah. But Mark, what was that? What's that link? There's
That's
another
the link to
Is that
her
the link to her channel?
to her channel. Yeah.
Oh, cool, cool. All right. Yeah, I subbed her up too. Bang. She got 3rd place in the World Busking Awards. Wow, that's cool.
Wow,
She's
that's
got
pretty good.
definitely a very high and low range. She was even going down into the lower ranges there. That was pretty amazing, man. Yep, that was cool. Wow.
Yeah. She's
Yeah.
got at least 3 subs out of that.
Yeah,
4. in
fantastic.
fact.
Hauntingly beautiful. Holy crap, that whistle register, you're amazing. A lot of nice comments, man. That's pretty cool. Yeah. Nice. All right. I'm there. Let's let's take this off here. Boom. Oh no, did I just say that?
Oh, that's a definite copyright strike.
Oh boy, oh boy. Oh no. Okay,
Take care, Carlos. Yeah, have a good night.
Where's the react button? Good night, Tremor Bear. Oh, Carlos, if you're still there, one day you got to come in and chat with us. You got to come in the back room. I want to see your guitar collection. You got a lot of you got a lot of cases I saw stacked up there. You had a few nice guitars you were showing.
He'll have you opening them all one after
fuck
the
yeah,
other.
man. I get him to open
you know.
every single case, man. I want to see them all. When our uncle does dumb shit like this, what the hell is this? What are you doing, Mark? What do we got here? Mark is steering us here to what is this?
You might need to turn the volume up just a little bit. So.
Who, me?
Yeah.
Did I on me? Oh, you mean on the thing?
No, on when you.
Oh, okay,
play
yeah,
stuff,
I'll bring
was
it up.
Just
Yeah.
a little bit low.
Okay, no problem. Yeah, just.
But then with my old ears, as we were saying earlier, maybe that's me.
What the hell's going on here? Oh, this is one of Mark's. All right.
Yeah.
You want to?
Yeah,
why
play
not?
it.
We could play some stuff for sure. Why not? We're here. We're hanging out.
Yeah.
It's fun. Here, I gotta share. Okay, I'm gonna put the volume up over here. Just let me know if it's too loud like this, or if it's. Is that okay, or? Just give me a thumbs up, Ian, because I can't hear you. You're muted.
Sorry, I was going to say you need to mute yourself.
Yeah, I will.
Breathing.
Okay.
Very cool. That wasn't at all creepy.
Sorry, it was there.
Need to turn it up a bit. Yeah, that was the Exiles.
Yeah.
Robin. That's Francis, myself, and Hurricane
Hurricane
Moon, who's
Moon.
in the chat. Yeah.
Yeah.
Who's the genius who wrote the music, did the editing and the video, and should receive awards and medals.
Everything was Hurricane Moon. We owe it all to him. He is God.
Well, he is Hurricane Moon.
He is Hurricane Moon. That's correct. It's close enough. That was a good track, and the video that Mooney made on that was freaking awesome.
Yeah.
Hey, Mooney, it's like, Foley is God, like in wrestling.
Yeah. You get your flowers, mate.
There you go. We gave you your flowers, man.
Yeah.
Hey, thanks, Zach.
Yeah.
That's fun, man. It's, I don't know, man. It was talked about a few times in the past and everything, And you were saying before, it's missed, hanging out like we used to and everything. I know we hang out privately and stuff like that, but just hangs like this we don't always do anymore.
Yeah, we can swear
maybe.
more when we're on our own, without...
Well, yeah, you can swear more, we can fart, we can do different things, when people
exactly.
aren't watching, Granted, some people do that live anyways, right?
Well, yeah, some people aren't house trained.
Yeah. Hey, it's Guitar Shack. How you doing, brother?
Oh, yeah.
What we were doing, well, Ian's Guitar Shack is also another Headrush MX5 user. And we were, it basically started out, we were looking at this over here, which is the new version that I got here. It's the Flex Prime. It's the new version of the MX5. That's what we're doing. The replay crew, yeah.
Yeah.
We haven't done a replay episode in, fudge, I don't know how many years now.
Quite a few.
It's been a while, eh?
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe we'll have to revive that at some point. I don't know. A lot of people were saying that. We'll see, With a little help from our friends. There's an
Sorry, I'm just
awkward
catching up on the
silence.
chat. Yeah, I was just
There's
checking
an
the
awkward
chat.
silence, but I don't have Mooney's ass in this program. I have it in Stream Units. 30 years.
30
that,
years.
That long.
Yeah,
Holy
probably
crap,
about that,
man.
Yeah, sounds about right.
Mooney. We love you. Mark Tanner, that's right, yes. Yeah, it was interesting, I have to admit. That was one of the... What was there? It was even Yesterday's Man that was a cool video, eh? He had done those...
Sorry, yeah.
Because Robin was talking about the video that Mooney made for that. That was pretty cool. Even Yesterday's Man was a freaking fantastic video, too.
Yeah, yeah.
If you want to see it, just let me know. I'll play it. It's actually up. I have it in the things, at the end there.
Oh, right. Yeah.
It's just there. I can play it if you
Be
want.
self-indulgent.
Yeah, why not? It's right there. I mean, it's a fantastic track. Here, I'll play it. Let me see if I can get the volume right off. Because I gotta move not the slider, but a button that turns. So let's see here. Okay, let me play it just for the hell of it.
I tell you, but I end up echoing.
I know.
Echoing.
I know. Here's another cool video that Mooney made. It's the Exiles again. It's us three. That's cool. Come a long way. We've come a long way, and yeah, we have, man. We've improved a lot of our stuff, and Mooney did a fantastic job on the video again and the editing of the sound and everything.
Yeah.
He did a fantastic job on that.
Have you seen the link marked?
Yes, I'm putting it in right now. Actually, I'm just okay. Hold on a second. Where the freaks is?
Oh,
this?
right.
Why not have fun? May as well. That was cool. If there's, you know what? Yeah, well, let's just have fun. Why not? Here. Put this up.
Won't you please leave me alone? Don't you please, don't you dare leave me alone. Face the truth, I'm not made of stone, but I'm so conflicted in my bones. Won't you please leave me alone? Won't you please leave me alone? Don't you please, don't you dare leave me alone.
My word.
Yeah,
That
that's
was
a
a blast
blast
from
from
the
the past for sure, man. Ian's asking if I still have that Line 6 black pedal, what I think about. I just traded it in for this Headrush. I wasn't using it it's a great pedal, but I wasn't using it much. And to be honest, there's a lot of synth effects in this Flex Prime that I don't need the Line 6 pedal, so I use that as a trade-in for this. So it is a great choice. Wish I had that kind of talent to make my creative sounds. You have talent, Robin. I've heard you sing, I've heard you play, and I've seen you do live performances
you can
and
learn
stuff.
all the rest of the stuff you need. It's not about talent and natural talent. That's stuff you can learn.
Yeah.
You know, you just just keep practicing, keep doing stuff. You will figure it out.
Yeah, but
also
Robin,
ask questions, because we're all,
we're more than happy. All of us here in this chat room, we're more than happy to help you. And when COVID started, and when this is where we all basically met up during COVID and everything. But when COVID started, we didn't have this kind of sound. We were just starting to record. Like Ian, some people have done recordings in the past, but analog. Mm-hmm. So all this new digital recording, and so just like Mr. Mark Tanner, also digital recording was new. So I mean. When we started, we were testing, we were learning, and we didn't sound this good right away. It took us, it's a few years now we've been doing it, but you can learn it, and it doesn't take much in terms of equipment to do that. It really just, it's time, a little bit of time to put in to your mixes and stuff and to learn, but we're more than happy to teach you. Yeah, to produce, but and there's another thing too. If I might add, a lot of us like to help people, and if you have a certain track or something that you need help on, mixing and stuff, I'm sure one of us, or any one of us here, there's many people that would be willing to help also. Maybe even, so that you can learn as well. But yeah, for sure. Ian Luckett knows his stuff. I learn from these old yeah, well, that's right. We learn a lot. I learn a lot from Mark. I learn a lot from Ian. And they learned a lot also about the digital world, because they were trying to, how do I do this? I know how to do this in the analog world. How do I do it in this program? And there's a lot of learning when it comes to that too. But I mean, you just, every time you do a new song, every time you do a new project, it just gets better and better with time,
Yeah, it's very true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Actually,
it's
let's see here.
God, it's 30 years since I touched, well, it's more than 30 years since I was in an analog studio doing stuff regularly. It's like, to be honest with you, it's closer to 40 years. And not only do you need to keep doing stuff, but you need to understand how the new systems work, because in the old days it was just turn a dial and you kind of knew each unit, and you didn't have access to everything. So you tended to just concentrate on what you did have. It's taken me quite a few years to figure out how to do the same thing in the digital world.
Yeah.
Because there are a few tricks, a few things that you don't hear about very often. You just little things like I was struggling for ages as to how to make compression work on vocals, and I think I mentioned this on the stream that Carlos and I did with it. And it's like the digital versions of compressors for vocals don't respond anywhere like the old analog compressors used to, until I figured out that you just set the soft clipping to soft and then turn the output down by 3 dB, and they tell you never to change the output, but actually that's what works. It seems to do the trick. It reacts the way I remember them reacting. And you just have to fiddle until you get there. But you can also ask lots of questions. People in this community are always more than happy to help.
Yeah.
Because like I said, it's not a trade secret. We're just here having fun. It's about being excited to listen to stuff. And you've got a good voice. You've got good songs.
Yeah.
I've seen you. I know what you more or less and what you're doing, and it's like you just got to persevere with it. Ask questions. Ask for help.
Yeah. Thank you, Mark. I appreciate that, and I feel like I'm more of a student than a teacher. But sometimes, if you explain what you're going through along the journey, it can help other people.
Yeah.
And that's kind of like even a lot of my videos where I do tutorials. I'm not a professional at doing tutorials. I'm just going through my journey basically, and it's like if this, and as a reminder to myself, helps me, maybe it'll help somebody else along the way. And so, I mean, if I've helped people along the way, I'm very happy that I was able to do that. But yeah, like you're saying, free communication and respect, that's where it's at. I mean, that's how, you help each other and you grow together and you improve together. I mean, we're doing this for fun. We're not, I know a lot of people, we're not in competition with each other. This is all for passion, for pleasure, for therapy, for whatever you want to call it. Most of us do it for the pleasure of it. we're not looking to become millionaires with our songs and everything. Yeah, everybody
Just
wants
as well.
exactly. The
Those
thing
days
is, if
are
you do
gone,
it for a
yeah.
job, it kind of loses the passion and the fun
Yeah.
for it. The thing is this is more for me. It's always been passion. I've been
And it's
playing
like-
since the age of 10. So
You turn on. Well, these days it's not so much the radio, but you look for music these days to try and find something that's going to give you the same kind of excitement, the same kind of buzz that you used to get when you were younger. And what I've realised is that's never going to come back because it's part of being young. But I can still be excited and I can still get that friction of excitement from stuff. But it's not coming from the mainstream. It's coming from people in the community, from people who are just experimenting and trying stuff out on their own. And it doesn't have to be perfect. In fact, it's better if it isn't perfect because it's human then.
that's
And
right.
I like hearing human beings making music. And I'm not so keen on listening to what producers who have been honing their craft for years, learning how to make money. I'm not so keen on listening to what they're trying to show me or make me hear, because I've kind of been in that world many, many, many years ago, and it can be a bit stale and a bit static at times, and you don't get that rush like the rush that you used to get when you listen to the experimental stuff that was around in the 70s and maybe some parts of the 80s too. When things would surprise you and catch you and think, oh wow, what have they done? What are they doing there? You listen to Frank Zappa even today, and he'll blow your head off with crazy ideas. And that just doesn't seem to be around. But it is there. It's out there. You just got to look for it.
Yeah.
And
No. I see. Look at this over here. Let's go up for Preach Brother. Francis taught me how to. I taught you how to use Reaper. I'm glad I could, but now you're teaching me how to use it. I'll tell you that much.
I tell you,
Bouncing ideas.
Interesting thing there is, Robin, other people listening to your stuff do not hear that in the
No.
same way. I know exactly what you mean.
But-
I get bored with my own. I don't like to listen to my own stuff. I don't think anybody ever really does listen to their own stuff with that kind of, because you feel like, oh my God, I've heard this so many times before. Of course
There's
you have. You
that.
performed it so many times. You've honed it. You've
Yeah.
worked on it. But that's not what the audience hears.
No.
When I've heard your stuff, I've not thought, wow, that's bland. That's the last thing I've thought.
Not at all.
What I've
Not at
actually
all.
thought is, wow, that's a good voice. I like
Talented,
that
very
tune. I like that
talented.
catch there. I like that twist in the in the lyric. I like that hook line. That's what I'm hearing, and it's like because I haven't heard it 1,000 times like you have.
That's
You
right.
know, play my stuff when you play, playing this stuff. I've heard that stuff
Well, we've
so
heard
many
this so
times
many
now that I'm
times, yeah.
cringing inwardly, thinking, I could have done better.
See, can listen to any one of these songs. I'm sure we'd be more than happy.
Yeah, play
with it.
one. Yeah,
I will.
yeah.
Let Robin pick the
Yeah,
one she's
pick a
comfortable
song.
with. But the thing is see,
on the
even
spot.
Mooney told Robin basically all the time. It's normal. That
Yeah.
feeling, we all get that with our own music. We all get that feeling. Or sometimes you even called stuff like imposter syndrome and whatever. That you
Yeah.
feel like you're not good enough and whatever, even though it's not terrible.
Yeah, it's
You know,
not
other
what
people like
listening
it.
here.
No, exactly. It's
Yeah.
just that we
The
get that feeling of
toxic
ourselves.
nature of audiences. One thing I've noticed about the community in general, this small part of the music community, is we're not that toxic. Nobody
Not
sits there
that
and
much.
tells you
There are many
rubbish.
more toxic communities. Than,
Yeah, and generally speaking, it's like, no, I want to hear something that's new and fresh to my ears, and I'm happy to listen to stuff that will catch me out and make me think, oh, that was interesting, rather than same mixture as before, which is like the last thing you want to hear.
Robin, I know you're not here for
Nah,
us to
but we
play
can
your
do
videos
anyway.
and everything. I want to play your video just to.
If we have your permission, we have to.
Well,
say
yeah,
it,
that's
don't
right.
we?
If you let us, if you don't want us to, then we won't. I mean that's fine too, obviously. But yeah, no. What's it? Shy? Yeah.
Shall we choose one for you?
Okay, let's put it this way. You are you okay with us playing one? We will choose one if you don't want to choose one. we do want to hear. And we're all shy. Yes, we are all shy. I'm not going to choose, guys. Okay, but you're cool with us playing one of your songs, right? Mm-hmm. That's all we're asking.
Yeah. Just type okay or no.
Pick one. I can pick one. I mean, I like this here. You know, Hallelujah is a nice song. It's from a local guy from here. You know.
All right, the Cohen. Yeah. it's a
Yeah,
good
Leonard
song.
Cohen's from Montreal. You know, and stuff. There's a lot of. But what else?
Did
is
you
there?
do
Let's
all
see.
47 verses? That's the question.
Actually, I prefer playing an original though.
Yeah, let's see the original.
Is there an original? Bien oui. Je ne peux pas te dire de ne pas jouer mes vidéos. No, you can. If you don't want us to play it, it's fine. But if okay, I get it. You just want us to choose it ourselves. You don't want to. And I know that's not why you came by here. Everything. I know there's a lot of channels. They go places because they're getting their songs played. But that's not. We were just hanging out, and since we're here, we may as well play some of our stuff for fun.
Yeah, but it's just us chickens, and we want to hear it.
Who am I? Okay, let's listen to this one. This is an older one. But what's this? Let's see. Shine. Cover original. What's this? Kalimba Harmonies. You know what? Let's listen to something. Is it better to listen to something recent or something older? There is Breath Without Pain, and Who Am I? There's Breath Without Pain. Where is it? Breath Without Pain. Okay, let's listen to this. That was cool.
That was very cool.
Yeah, dropped us out, Ian. What happened there?
I know. My internet crapped out and it came back in again, which is kind of like rather typical for this time of the morning.
No, sorry. You know what? I think the audio wasn't sharing because I wasn't on the screen. Because when Ian dropped out and came back in, he knocked us all out basically.
Right.
But I heard the whole song and it sounded fantastic.
Yeah, I heard it when it came back in, but maybe But I really like the chorus on that, and I like the growl on the voice.
Yeah, you got it. I love the timbre in your voice.
Production-wise,
you got a fantastic
Production-wise, you ain't too. You can got anything to worry about. That sounded nice.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, you shouldn't worry about anything. You're definitely on the right path with that.
And as Mooney just said, I'm fired. So
Yeah, got a new
But
singer.
then again, he fires me every 5 minutes. So,
Oh man, Ian's Guitar Shack made me laugh. Did you see what he was?
what is that?
He was writing. He was saying that he hadn't seen us in a while. Yeah, I told him we were hiding and stuff.
Oh yeah,
right?
yeah, we were hiding.
He's like just like old times. Like never said they were fun times. And what he says, look at what he said here. Pandemic sucks, but you guys kept us happy. Well, you guys kept us happy. It was everybody keeping everybody sane and happy. Let's put it that way because, yeah. You know what's funny, Ian? Is it that time where your internet drops out normally? Because your internet is buggy right now. What time is it?
It actually is. Yeah, it is exactly the same.
They reset
time.
always at this time in location.
Yeah. So,
Yeah.
you know.
But no, I think everybody kept everybody sane, Ian. I think, yeah, you know what? Robin, you should take Mark Tanner up on his offer. Mark Tanner is very good at mixing and mastering. Yeah, he's actually working on one of our songs, one of our new projects.
Is that the dig in the ribs to remember?
The Strutting Peacocks. Oh, I'm not digging in the ribs, but you know, anytime you feel free to work on it and send it back anytime, Mark. you know we love you.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, Robin, there is so much stuff out there that can be got at reasonable prices. Interfaces, computer software. Reaper is free. You know, you can use a free version of that, and it's a good piece of kit. Interfaces, microphones. You know, like just an SM58 like this. You use it, you get it right, and it sounds great. And it's like you don't have to keep going into studios and relying on everybody else's kind of work. But
the tricky part is the mastering. It's the mastering. Mastering makes all the difference when you want to play it on different platforms and different places and stuff. And if somebody like Mark is willing to do it, and a lot of this too, mastering, it comes down to a program. Yeah. Sometimes you can get just a program, and if you're not that great at mastering, the program will do it for you. But I mean, in general, you don't have to worry about better and better equipment. I mean, you know, you could rent a $10,000 microphone. Is it really going to make a difference? No, your voice sounds great. And whether you're on, I mean, a lot of the stuff you were saying that you like the quality of what we were doing. I mean, Ian's using either his SM58 that you see there, or he's using like what I have here. He's got the same mic, an AKGP 120, just a condenser mic. It's $100 mic. You know, you don't need to spend a fortune, and any interface works as long as you get it recorded in there. You know, as cleanly as possible. Then it's really a thing of the mixing to get the levels right and the mastering, and that's like an art form of its own. You know, that's something that's taken us a long time. You can
learn. You don't need to have a skill. You can learn that stuff. Yeah. And a lot of that's just using your ears. You know, you listen to all the advice that you can. I mean, you go on YouTube and you can see thousands and thousands and thousands of videos telling you exactly what to do, and some of them are useful, some of them aren't. The problem is you have to be discerning, and that's a problem when there are so many of them. But the main thing is trust your own ears, you know, because at the end of the day, that's what we're playing with, isn't it? We're playing with our own ears. You
know, like we've always said, that sound is subjective, right? And it is. What one person may like, one person may not like. And it goes the same thing with a song, like the mixing and mastering of a song. if you send the same song to 10 mixing and mastering engineers or whatever, they each will have their own technique and their own thoughts of what they like to hear. So it'll sound different. But one is not necessarily better than the other. It's all subjective to what you like, basically, you know? But yes, the cleaner the stems, the easier it is to work with.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
Yeah, and on most interfaces they have a little light that lights up when you say something or when you play into it, and if it turns red, turn it down a bit. You know, it's like that's it. Just make sure it doesn't go red. You know.
Do you have, what equipment do you have, like Robin? Do you have any equipment, or like, are you looking to start from scratch, or do you have stuff already? I bet you she's talking like she was saying there. She's talking to us, but we can't hear her.
Yeah, I do that. I talk to the television. I kind of expect them to answer as well.
Yeah,
you know, just... But I had an aunt that did that. She used to, when they said goodbye on the television when they used to close down at night, she would always say, "Oh, goodbye," you know, like, which I think is rather sweet.
Give me a clean stem and a reference track of what I want to sound like, and let's go. Yeah, Mark's fantastic with that stuff. Absolutely.
Yeah.
But yeah, if you know I think pretty much the technology's there now. As long as you get a good track, you know, any interface works. You know, you can't just record like into a computer or off a mic. I mean, if you have to have at least an interface.
It helps. Yeah. I mean, I used to do that way back when I decided I got a Mac and thought, oh, there's something called GarageBand on it. Let's see what that does. And I hadn't really messed about with music other than playing guitar in the kitchen for years. And I was using the microphones on the Mac that were built into the Mac, and they were actually it was a big 17-inch MacBook Pro, so they were pretty good microphones actually. They weren't too bad, but it enabled me to get ideas down. I mean, I wouldn't want anybody to hear that stuff these days, you know. But it's like, but you figure it out from that point. But with an interface, as I say, it's just a matter of get the clean stems, means make sure it doesn't clip, so it doesn't go into the red. And there are little tricks, like you load up a DAW, a digital audio station, like GarageBand, like Reaper, whatever you're using, and just always pull back the input volume by about -6 dB, between -6, -9, something like that. And when you're listening to yourself recording, you might think, I can't hear myself, but you just have to, you know, run through that, because that's always a problem. But it'll mean that you don't peak, and that's the thing you want to avoid. And then you can always push the volume up when you're mixing. You can always put that volume back in, and use compression to put volume back in, and things like that. There's these little tricks are just they're little tricks. It isn't really rocket science, and it's not a trade secret.
See, she said she had to send her mixer off to a sound tech. She fried it, basically, an electrical surge. That sucks, man. But I like practicing with my Samson mixers and speakers. They're all made for small performances, 6 channels. Yeah, for at home, that's fine and everything. Well, that's it, Mark. You know, a URC22 and a mic and you're set. You don't need anything else. I mean, right now I'm running through an Alesis mixer, basically, and it could be used as an interface, which I've been using it as an interface right now. I have my regular interfaces because I just moved back into my office. I got flooded in August when there was the flooding. I haven't hooked up my Rubik's 44. I got a Roland Rubik's interface. That's what I'm using. That's what Ian has. That's what Mooney has and everything. They're good interface. Most interfaces are good, but you don't need anything expensive. But like Mark Tanner's saying, just a URC22 or whatever will do the job, you know, just and a reasonable microphone. That's all you need.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure that the Samson PA system, the mixer for that, I don't think you can use that. You can't plug that in a USB and use it as an interface.
I have.
As far as I can, depending on which one it is, I suppose. But I mean, you say you got the bunch of USB stuff. If you got an interface, almost any interface will do the job.
They don't help with hearing our natural sound. What do you mean they don't hear it? Okay, wait.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Is sometimes you have to record at slightly lower input levels than you would be comfortable playing live. So you kind of have to just get used to that.
Live and recording performances are two different things. It took me many, 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 many years to get used to that. When I first started recording, I was using a different unit or whatever, and it was tough. I couldn't get my head around it. So I was kind of recording, my original stuff was recorded live because I couldn't get my head around the actual. And when I started recording digitally this way, it was back in 2009 I started, and it took me a long time to get used to that. You can't just play the way you would play, your amp ripping out and everything. It's really your recorded performance. Recording is another world compared to live. Live is totally different. Live you can go up there, you don't have to worry about your clipping most of the time. Sound guy could take care of it. Obviously, you got to be careful, but not as careful as when you're recording, because any clipping, any noise in the recording, your track is. I mean, there's tools to clean it, but it's always best to get it as clean as possible.
That's why I say don't let the lights go red. Always turn the input gain down so you're clear and not in the red. Because you can always boost the volume in the mix, but trying to take out clipping, especially digital clipping, once it's in, it's there, and you can't really get rid of it. It's yes, but I mean it is. Yeah, I completely get you, because live work is very, very different from recording work, and you just have to sort of persevere with it. And keep trying things.
Okay, for practice. Yeah, okay. So she says she doesn't use it for online stuff nor recording, but just for practice. Yeah, I get it. Yeah, okay. I know it's exhausting to keep switching back and forth from practices to USB, etc., to recording studio. Well, there are tools that you can do it all. I mean, we were talking about the Headrush, and I know it's an expensive tool, but the Headrush core, for example, that you can put vocals and you could put guitar through and everything, it's also an audio interface. So you can use it for recording. You could take it with you to put it through the PA. You can use it for live. And so you have your sound in all the different areas that you go. When you're in different areas, however, you can use a global EQ on it. For example, let's say you're performing in a room that's more bassy. Well, then you don't affect all your rigs and your sound. You just go on your global EQ, and then you adjust your bass for that room or your treble for that room. So without affecting your tone and your sound, you're just adjusting to the room on your global EQ.
And you could use your recording setups live, because it's front of house that have to deal with making it louder.
There's that too.
And stuff. So, you can think of it in that way, that what you're trying to do at the moment is produce the sound live in the clearest way you can. That might not work for recording. You might need to turn things down a little bit. But when you go into a live, if you set them that way and then go into a live performance, the front of house is supposed to make sure that you're pushed in. I mean, again, you've got to make sure that you buy the front of house guys a drink, and sort of make sure you're on good terms with them.
Good sound,
and it's but in general, it's just I mean, it does sound. And I know what you mean. It's exhausting. It can be very intimidating. But one of the things about the people in this community is they will answer your questions and they will try and help you. And we don't know everything, but we know some of the mistakes we've made, and maybe that's gonna that can help as well. It's just to avoid some of the mistakes. And as I say, what I've got here for the vocal you're hearing is two microphones. It's just the SM58 and the AKG P120. They're relatively inexpensive mics, but they're good quality. They produce good sound, and they're just going straight into. Well, they're going through a mixer into the Rubik's. So there's a little bit of complication there, but that's just. I don't use the mixer when I'm recording. I just go straight into the Rubik's because it's got lovely clean preamps on it, whereas the mixer is a little cheaper and doesn't have clean. But it doesn't. Even if I were to just put even if I were to use this and record, if I pick up just an acoustic, and it's still not going to peak, and it's still going to sound. It's there, and I can do stuff with it as long as it's a clean stem. So you don't have to change your entire way of doing things. Is what I'm saying. You don't have to sort of. You can As long that's really the only real thing, and I think Mark could back me up on this, is just have what we call clean stems, so they're not peaking, they're not overdriving, you're not getting any crackle pops and things like that, and that's really all it is.
I never had this Park, Mark, but see, this is my setup basically for my live streaming, for recording, for everything. Basically, I just have my Mac over there. I got my mixer. Right now I'm not using my interface. I'm using this as my interface because this is an interface. So I got my mixer here where I have my microphone going in there, which my mic is this one here. And then I have, I had the MX5 going in there. Now I've got this one routed in there, but that's basically it. My guitar, my vocals are going in the mic and everything, and that's it. And when I record, it's straight USB over there. To listen back, you know, headphones are a set of speakers. That's all you need basically. But it's not, you know, you don't need more than that basically.
Mm-hmm. And when recording, just don't use the speakers.
Yeah.
Because you get a bit of echo and feedback. Just put headphones on.
Yeah. But I think she knows a lot about most of this anyways. Yeah. I think she was just looking for what better options there is for what she wants to do. There's a lot of ways, and like Mark Tanner says, there's a lot of ways to do the same thing, you know. There's a lot of ways. There are many options for what she wants to do. It all depends. I guess you got to look at which is more budget friendly, and as well as which it all comes down to, and it always comes down to this. What are you comfortable using? Which interface, which system are you comfortable using? Are you comfortable using like an all-in-one thing? Are you comfortable, you know, do you want to use a couple of things to do? You can accomplish it many different ways. It all depends on what you prefer. I'm responding out loud. Makes sense. You're welcome. If we can help, if anything we said helped, I'm glad. You're welcome. Yeah. Mark Tanner, I don't have a Spark. I have multiple things. I have the obviously the Headrushes and stuff. I have the Boss IR2 that I really like also. I have some of the Joyo pedals. Some of the old Joyo pedals are great. And I even have some of the Joyo amps, which are actually pretty cool too. There's a lot of stuff, like you said, there's a lot of things you can use. It's the same thing with this. I just try a whole bunch of different things that all do the same thing because I'm crazy. And sometimes it's because when we're looking for inspiration for new songs and stuff, we think that new gear will help us. Sometimes it does. Sometimes it doesn't. Most of the time it doesn't. Most of the time just practice and playing with friends and stuff will inspire you to accomplish, get new songs written and everything.
But that's why you're the padded pedal room, let's face it.
Because I'm fucking nuts.
You love pedals.
Well, my wife came up with that name. My wife came up with that name because I remember when we started the channel and everything, because I'm fucking nuts about pedals. And that's it. I should be in a padded room because of that. So, you know, that's what it is. I mean, Tina, when she saw the box of the Flex Pro, what's that? Another one? They came out with a new one, you know. But I traded in this one for it, too. So, you know, one in, one out. It's like, you know.
Yeah. My footprint's the same, honest.
Exactly.
But, yeah, it's... I was just to say, there are so many ways to skin a cat.
And it doesn't matter.
I would not say that around my cats.
They're all good. There's no this is better than that. It's what you prefer.
It's what you And it doesn't matter whether you're using a Mac or a PC. To be honest with you, that's
all the same.
Really not a big deal. You know, say Reaper comes on both systems and is free, and it's a great little tool. It's good digital audio workstation. So for multi-track recording, it's great, and it's a bit of a learning curve. But once you figure it out, it's actually not intimidating once you figure out the basics.
She's saying here that she was going to invest in a looper, but it may just possibly buy a device that helps me transition easier. Make a all-in-one connection. Yeah, I mean the loop station. What is it? If you have mics, etc., make it a priority. Yeah.
I mean, I think you can the Boss loop station actually you can use as an interface, can't you? You can actually use that as an interface.
The red unit, you're talking the multi-unit?
I think
you can.
The one that Mark's cousin was using, the Boss loop station.
Yeah.
I think that comes with a USB connector, so you can use that as an interface. And and then you've got So I mean, again, it sort of really depends. And then you could also use it live, so that's quite a nice option for both things. And the same thing's true with the Prime, the Headrush Prime, the bigger version that that can also be used for both things.
And looper. It could be used for guitar, vocals, and
vocals
looper.
and a looper as well. So that's got all of it in there. And it's $1,000, but it's but you plug that USB in. You only need to then download some free software to do the multi-tracking.
Positive Grid is a beginner utility unit.
Yeah.
They're good too. Yeah, they are. There's so many things out there. It really depends.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people that say, "Oh, this is the best and that's the best," is because they're just trying to justify their purchase. I mean,
there are, as I say, so many ways to do it. And if you want to know, if you see an item and you think, "Oh, I wonder if that will allow me to do what I want to do," and you can't, if you think, just come into a chat when there's people in and ask, because there'll be somebody there who's probably got the unit and probably knows the answer.
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember whether the Boss Loop Station does act as an interface, and I think it does, but I don't have one. So it's like somebody out there is going to know whether or not it can be. But I know the Headrush one does. I know that does it.
Yeah, because we use it, so we know that.
Because we know
I've owned the Prime, so I know what it can do, and we've researched it and everything.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, that's the thing, is that if you know something and you know how to use your tool that you have, then it's worth more than a tool that can do more, let's say, or everything, but that you don't know how to use. So that's why it comes back down to interface, what you like to use and everything. Because having something that you know how to use at 100% potential, it's worth more than having something that has everything, but you can only use like 5%.
You see that, yes, Mark's saying it does have an interface, and that
Which one?
The Boss Loop Station, and they are really good.
They're fantastic. I mean, they are fantastic.
Great for live work. But if you can use it as an interface too, then you've got one unit and it covers everything.
Yeah.
It covers both. I mean, for vocals especially, that for you. I mean,
it's more.
You can plug guitars into it as well, but then you've got to get a sound for the guitar. So it depends how you're doing it. If you're using an acoustic guitar, if it's got a pickup on it, then you can plug that straight in. And then you can always use the software for multi-tracking that you're producing your finished piece on to add effects like reverb and whatever. It's just a matter of asking people.
You see what Wes wrote?
I can get my cats. You tread on their. No, I don't tread on their tails, obviously, because I love them. But they make a great sound if you do.
I'm sure they appreciate that very much.
They don't, but then they hate me. So except when I'm feeding.
They're always coming around when you got food, though. That's for sure.
Yeah,
I've seen that more than once.
Yeah. Unlike my daughters, who love me all the time. So can't have everything.
No. Well, I think that was fun, man. It was a fun stream.
Yeah.
We got to see a lot of friends and everything. I know for you it's really, really late, eh?
It is. It's 5 o'clock in the morning.
It's 5 in the morning. Probably should let you go sleep.
Yeah, that might be a plan.
Inserting
before I fall asleep and start snoring and drooling live on.
Cheyenne said I should be right back. Gotta refresh my connection. She's having issues like you, bro. Oh man.
Where's absolutely. It's inserting the jack part that they don't like. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Poor little cats. As if we'd do that to them.
Yeah, tonight has made me miss things. Oh, really, Mooney? You're being genuine about it? All right.
No, it's meaning he missed a few movies and
Oh, we made a miss. We made a miss a boxing match or something.
Yeah, that's.
Oh man. We love you, bro. You know that. Everybody here is cool. Yeah, Mark. Yeah. Lots of cool people here. Yeah. You're being genuine.
No.
All
See,
right.
we told you so.
Yeah, we told you so. I've only been trying to convince you guys for over a year now.
Yeah, but, you know, I'm an old stuck in the mud. What can I say?
But yeah, no, for sure. And Mark Tanner's been saying it too. Don't forget.
Yeah.
Mark Tanner's been saying
We'll
it
see
for a
next
little while.
time. We're going to have to get Mark
Up
on
here,
screen.
too.
Yeah,
Exactly.
and
Mooney.
Mooney as well. Yeah.
Mooney said he was naked, so he couldn't come up. I guess. But when has that stopped him in the past?
When has that
you know?
ever stopped you? Yeah.
Oh my God. Okay, wait a second. This is before we go. Do we have another? I don't have his ass video. What videos do we have up here? What videos do we have up here? We got Vinny and
All I can say was
the
is
Chav.
58 burst. That'll get you. That'll burn out. Will vanish. 58 burst.
Let's see. Do
I
you
can,
want?
I can sense him sweating.
Remember this guy?
As I say.
With Wes. Yeah. Look, let's put Wes.
Wow, bro. Mama would approve.
Mama would approve of the 58 burst.
Okay, 59 burst.
Oh, shit. I'm going to shake off my burn. What? Shake off my burnout real soon. Don't worry, bro, man. We always told you about it. You need your break, you take your break.
Mm-hmm.
It helps that you're all streaming in the same time zone as me. Well, yeah, we are, but he's not in our time zone. It's 5 a.m. for Ian right now, so we're probably going to call it. We're going to call it quits in a couple of minutes so that Ian
What
can
is
go
it
to
for
bed.
Mark Tanner? Because Australia. What's
Mark
Australia
is
now?
what is he? 17 hours ahead of me. It's like Sunday
Yeah.
for no. It's like Monday maybe for him. Is it Monday or Sunday?
Yeah, it's exactly. It's very nearly Monday, I would have thought.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm in the same time zone. we're well, I'm not on the island of Montreal. I'm on the North Shore, but we're in the same area, so we're definitely in the same time zone. Oh man. Tut tut. What's tut tut? King Tut.
Okay, R9 burst.
I've done that, yeah. But see, Ian has to do it all the time. Like, and Hurricane Moon is also in England, so it's 5 a.m. for him too.
Yeah.
But they're my good friends, and they're always, you know, we hang out all the time, and they hang out in our time zone, which they're very good about that. But when we met,
Awake. Yeah.
when they're awake, yes, which is why we don't always get to do it all the time. But yes. That's what it is. They stay up very late. That's dedication. That's friendship. See, there's lots of love. Come on, give me those hearts. There's lots of love in this community. Yeah. The track year 2045 for Mark in his weird time zone. What? It's the year 2045 for Mark. It's 4
right.
4 p.m. Sunday. Holy shit!
PM,
It's gonna be
yeah.
Monday.
Yeah, that's 11 years. 11 years. 11 hours. 11 years.
Oh my God.
11 hours ahead of us. Yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
dear.
Holy shit. All right. Well, you know what? Mark is going to have supper. Mooney and you have to go to bed.
Gotta sleep. Yeah.
So, yeah, I might stay up a little bit longer, but not that much longer. But I think we'll call it quits. But it was fun hanging with everybody. Probably do this again at some point.
I like seeing the new toy as well. That's
The which? Oh, the
new
Flex?
toy, yeah.
Yeah, I got to fool around with it, obviously, and everything. But, yeah, I think it's cool. I mean, I love the size and the format. To me, that's what it is. Because I always loved the MX5. But, yeah, I got to try out the new features and stuff. We'll do more. We'll do more fooling around with it and everything. So,
Yeah.
we'll see what it sounds like. We'll do more comparisons. But, I mean, it's just a toy to play with. Maybe get some inspiration. Hopefully we can get a song or two out of it. Who knows, you know? Like, I mean, with those synth sounds and everything, it's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's some interesting shit on there.
Yeah. Yeah, Robin.
Yeah.
What's this?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're
definitely.
fun. We're funny. We make asses of ourselves all the time. So that's there we go. Yeah, it's
Which,
good to see you
let's face
too.
It's not that hard, you know.
Yeah. Ian's Guitar Shack. It's good to see you too, bro. I was watching. He was doing a video where he was making tacos the other day, and he was going, "Hey, by the way, we made some tacos this week too. It was inspired by you, and they were delicious."
Okay.
Yeah.
Now you're making me hungry, and it's 5 o'clock in the morning. This is
I'm
not-
sorry. I do that to Mooney all the time, eh? He always goes to make a sandwich after he gets off with me.
Oh, sandwich.
All right, I'll let you guys go to bed. It was nice to see you,
Been great.
Robin.
Yeah,
It's great hanging out. Maybe we'll do this again. We'll hang out another time and everything. But yeah. All right. Good night, everybody.
Yep.
And it was great seeing you guys. And wait, we got to do the outro. What happens when we do the outro? It's just gonna count it down, or what? Oh, it says thank you for being here.
Yeah, I don't know. Just I've forgotten.
All right.
So
I
just-
forgot what I put in there, anyways. But yeah. All right. Good night, guys. Mark.
Yeah.
We'll catch you on Friday. Mooney, catch you around. Ian, great to see you. We'll catch you soon. Anybody else who's watching, we'll catch you soon. And Robin, any questions, anything you have regarding recording, whatever, feel free to reach out to us. Some of us have our email addresses on our channels. If not, you can just send us a little text message and
comment on a video,
comment on any
and we'll
video,
see
and
it.
we'll be more than happy to get in touch. We'll reach in touch with you, and we can, if there's anything we could help you out with, no problem. It's our pleasure. Yeah, you're very welcome, Robin. So we're gonna hit the hay. Good night,
Yeah.
and catch you guys soon.
Yeah. Take care,
Ciao.
everyone.